esteemed delegates, I wish you a warm welcome to Istanbul. It's so nice, as usual, to see all of you again since our last meeting in October in Geneva. And we hope that everything is going well at home, and those of you who things are not very well, I'm sure in the course of this assembly and the Governing Council, we will have a chance to chat, but also talk about what is happening there and then see how IPU can be of help. On your behalf, I wish to express my warm gratitude to our hosts, and in particular the President of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, Speaker Numan Kurtulmus, for the warm welcome that has been extended to all of us. Despite the extremely critical situation prevailing at the moment in the region, our hosts have remained steadfast in their commitment to hosting the 152nd Assembly. And I think we all agree under very favorable conditions. My special thanks to you, Mr. Speaker. We really appreciate you for that commendable engagement. Colleagues, we are meeting here today again against the backdrop of a particular grave international political situation, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, the repercussions of which already is being felt extend far beyond the region, serves as a stark reminder of the fragility of peace and the scale of the challenges facing our world. Beyond the tragic loss of life, economies, supply chains, and the stability of many societies are also being affected. Should this conflict continue, these repercussions will unfortunately have long-term effects with incalculable consequences, as we are all aware. In light of this most worrying situation, our presence here in Istanbul is highly symbolic. We have overcome difficulties and fears to come here in the name of our commitment to serving the cause of our peoples. Above all, it stands as a testament to our collective commitment not to succumb to paralysis, but rather to give full scope to dialogue, which is currently difficult to forge, and to preserve multilateral institutions. As representatives of the people, we are not mere observers of history in the making. We are its architects. And more than that, we are called upon to be champions of peace. This means promoting dialogue where mistrust prevails, defending international law where it is being badly battered, and inspiring and championing inclusive solutions where divisions persist and are exacerbated. It is also our responsibility to ensure that our responses to crisis take greater account of human, social, and democratic considerations. Indeed, there can be no lasting peace without strong institutions. Respect for human rights and the trust between peoples. In this context, the work of the 152nd Assembly, and more precisely, the 217th session of our Governing Council, must live up to the expectations placed upon us. It must reflect our ability to transcend dividing lines in order to seek common, balanced, and constructive positions for lasting peace. Dear colleagues, the central item on our agenda is also of major importance for the future of our organization: the election of the next Secretary General of the IPU. And I can see your faces, you're already looking at Martin. This is more than a procedural matter. It is a strategic choice. The Secretary General we elect will be responsible for guiding our organization in an increasingly complex international environment, fraught with major challenges and marked by rapid changes, particularly technological ones, as well as growing geopolitical tensions. Needless to say, the role requires a clear vision, the ability to bring people together, and unwavering commitment to serving the world's parliaments. It also demands a deep commitment to the values upon which our organization is founded, namely dialogue, cooperation, democracy, and peace. I therefore invite you to approach this election with the utmost sense of responsibility, in a spirit of openness, fairness, and transparency, bearing in mind the best interest of our esteemed institution. Dear colleagues, in these uncertain times, our role is more vital than ever. It remains a unique space where differences can be expressed without turning into irreconcilable divisions, where disagreements can be discussed with respect, and where solutions can emerge from dialogue which we listen as much as we talk. It is my hope that our work will be guided by this spirit and that it will contribute in its own way to bridging differences and opening paths to peace, opening paths towards the peace we are seeking. To this end, let us make the most of our renowned parliamentary diplomacy grounded in representation, which stands out for its diversity and capability of humanizing international relations. Colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity to wish all of us a productive council session. As we are about to begin our meeting, may I implore upon you, colleagues, that when you take the floor, please stick to the time that has been accorded to you, but also try as much as you can to be brief and concise when you take the floor. Additionally, I'm going to ask you, in order to ensure accuracy of the summary records of the proceedings that we are going to have in the meeting today, I'm going to request you to introduce you at all times when you take the floor. Please, I hope that is in order. So, I would like, having said that, I thank you in advance, hoping we will all follow what we have agreed right now. And that said, I have mentioned that you were all looking at the Secretary General. In the course of this week, we will have time to talk about him in particular, so that's why I didn't talk much about him, but just a word, because I've talked about the elections. Mr. Secretary General, we thank you so much for your great service. And much as I know you will miss us, we will also miss you. So now you have the floor to say a few words to us. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I know that at this assembly, I am all over the place. Even when I'm not there physically, there is an image of me hanging around. I just want to join you, Madam President, in welcoming all delegates to this 152nd Assembly of the IPU. We did welcome you yesterday, but today you are meeting in the context of crucial decision-making in the Governing Council of the organization. And I just want to say that we pin a lot of hopes on your deliberations. There will be important things, as Madam President has said, that you will be deciding upon, including the new strategy for the organization. And I hope that we can examine all the issues on the agenda with a lucid mind, so that at the end of the day, we come up with outcomes that reflect the symbolism of the moment and the fact that we are meeting at a very uncertain period in the history of this world. So I believe that the global community is watching what is going to take place in these precincts over the next few days. So I look forward to those discussions, and I will continue to provide my support to your decision-making until the expiry of my term as Secretary General. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Colleagues, you have before you the provisional agenda of this Governing Council session, and which is, actually you have to be mindful of the date. It's dated 15th April 2026. We have not received any request for the inclusion of any new agenda, any new item to the agenda, so we will take it that we adopt the agenda, dear colleagues. Thank you very much. It is so adopted. Thank you so much. So now we go to the item 2 of our agenda, which is approval of the summary records of the 216th session of the Governing Council. And
approved.
I love the proactive way we are doing this. So, colleagues, we have not received any objections, and there is already a suggestion that it is approved. I take it that we have approved?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It is so decided. So we go to item 3 of our agenda, which is election of the President of the 152nd Assembly. And on this one, I have noted that some colleagues have asked to take the floor, and I would like to now recognize Ms. Tanzila Nabaeva, Speaker of the Senate of Uzbekistan. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ms. President, Mr. Secretary General, honorable speakers, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Uzbekistan, we nominate His Excellency Mr. Numan Kurtulmush, Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, as a candidate for the presidency of the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Speaker Kurtulmush is an experienced politician known for his strong support of parliamentary diplomacy. We are confident that he will contribute greatly to the success of this assembly. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker Nabaeva, for your proposal. Colleagues, I would like to... Okay, there's a proposal that we already approved, but there are people who have asked the floor. I'll give them a few seconds, taking into account the proposal that we have already approved, Mr. Kurtulmush. So I recognize Mr. Denis Vidic from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Not in the room.
Okay, Mr. Malik Ndiaye, Speaker of the National Assembly of Senegal. Okay, Ms. Saiba Gafarova, Speaker of the Milli Majlis, Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear Madam President, dear Secretary General, we support the candidacy of the Speaker of the Grand Majlis of Türkiye, Mr. Numan Kurtulmush, to the position of the President of the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Thank you.
Colleagues, with those claps and the proposal that was given before that we approved, do I take it that the Governing Council wishes to elect Speaker Kurtulmush as President of the 152nd Assembly?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It is so decided. I would like, on your behalf, colleagues, to now congratulate Mr. Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Türkiye, and wish him all the best, and much as he has worked so hard towards the preparation, but now we wish him all the best in presiding this assembly. So, and I believe we will have a very successful one. Mr. Speaker, I would like to now invite you to address us for a few words at the podium. Please, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank you all for your election me to the presidency of the 152nd anniversary, second assembly of IPU. I wish we can succeed our job in perfect way. This meeting is very meaningful time, especially during the time of very turbulent area of the world. We can find the best solutions for the future of the world, for the peace, and to create more justice in the world system. I thank you all for your election me as the president of this assembly.
Colleagues, we now, colleagues, they must have, okay. Colleagues, now we go to item 4, which is report of the President. And the report of the President usually has two parts. The first one will inform you about the activities that we undertook on your behalf, but the second part of it will be the report on the activities of the Executive Committee of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. That said, we will begin with the first part, but before I do that, because I'm going to report the activities that I did after the 216th session of the Governing Council, which was held in Geneva, I would like to pay special tribute to the Vice President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Gabriela Staneka. I don't know if she's in the room, but I would like to pay tribute to her, having worked very well in Geneva when I wasn't there. So she did a good work, and I'm going to request you that we all give her a round of applause. So, the first part of the report that you're going to hear from me is the activities that I undertook on your behalf. So, I attended several meetings, and we also did a number of activities. While reporting this, the first thing that we did is that in January 2026, we had the 298th session of the Executive Committee that was held in Doha. And on this, I would like to pay special tribute to our host there, where they did a good job, but also to the members of the ExCom, because we were able to discuss issues that were of importance to the IPU. So you can see the pictures there. After that, I also was able to, in February, to attend the annual parliamentary hearing with the President of the the United Nations General Assembly in New York. And there you were ably presented. You can see the pictures. We have put the pictures as evidence so that, you know, we all can see it in action. And again, in March, we went back to New York to represent you at the parliamentary hearing, not a parliamentary hearing, parliamentary meeting at the Commission on the Status of Women, which was held in March in New York. And there we work closely between IPU and the United Nations Women's Wing, UN Women. So there we have a representative of UN Women, as you can see, but of course our own president of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians was equally there. Colleagues, you were also represented at the summit of speakers of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union of the Mediterranean in Cairo, Egypt, and we had a chance to share the ideals that we stand for, the values that we stand for, and the principles as well. And you can see the pictures there. Colleagues, you were also represented in November 2025 at the 4th Parliamentary Summit of the International Crimea Platform in Stockholm, Sweden. And there you can see the speaker of Ukraine. And so we had a chance to address them and to also inform them about the resolutions that we have passed as IPU in respect of Ukraine. Colleagues, you were also represented in January 2026 at the second session of the Women Parliamentary Forum in Abu Dhabi. And here you can see the picture. A number of speakers were there, some of who are here already. So this meeting was a very good one because, you know, in IPU we would like to see parity at some point. So discussing women issues is very important, and that's what we did mostly at that meeting. Colleagues, you were also represented in January 2026 at the Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth that took place in New Delhi, India. And some of the speakers who are attending this meeting were also there. So you were represented there in terms of, we had a chance to give a number of speeches of which we showed solidarity with this body of presiding officers, but also we shared the ideals that we stand for and the values we stand for. That said, colleagues, the last meeting was held in Baku, Azerbaijan. You were represented there at the forum as well. So those were the few activities that your president was able to represent you, and we look forward to again doing the same after this assembly. So maybe I'll be able to visit some of your countries. So that's part one of the report. Okay, so the second part of the report from me is what we have been able to work as the executive committee. That the good thing is, in the executive committee you have representatives from geopolitical groups as well, and I believe partly you have heard about this in your geopolitical groups. So I'm going to try and be brief about that. So colleagues, the first part of the report, do I take it that we approve it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we go now to the summary of the activities of the Executive Committee of the Council. Dear colleagues, since our last assembly, the Executive Committee has held several meetings. We had one on 13th and 14th January 2026 in Doha, Qatar. The second one was held on 17th March 2026, which was held online, and on 1st April 2026, which was held also online. And we had also 3 days of meetings here in Istanbul on 12th, 13th, and 14th, respectively. Many of the subjects we discussed are covered by corresponding items on the Council's agenda, so we will have more time to discuss about them again. We shall therefore report on those matters as we reach the relevant items on the agenda. In the meantime, I'll give you a brief. Let me brief you a bit about the IPU sustainability policy. Colleagues, the Executive Committee already had the opportunity to discuss this proposed policy when it met just prior to 151st IPU Assembly in October last year. This document is part of the IPU's initiatives in order to meet the commitment in its strategy to support sustainable development. It is also meant to keep a key item on Member Parliament's feedback, according to which climate action was determined as the IPU's top priority among its 4 policy goals. Consequently, the integration of sustainability considerations into all IPU activities is inseparably linked to the successful implementation. The Executive Committee unanimously welcomed the Secretary General and his team's effort to draft this important document, the provisions of which will be improved as this strategy is implemented. In this light, the Executive Committee recommended the IPU sustainability policy, which is in your set of documents for your adoption. Okay, colleagues, so I believe you have looked at it, and so we will be adopting at the end of it, if you so wish.
Adopt.
I would like to also talk a bit about the revised terms of reference for the Committee on the Middle East questions. The Executive Committee, dear colleagues, was apprised of proposed amendments to the rules of the committee. This reform stemmed from the IPU's 2025 resolution on a two-state solution in Palestine. It aims at strengthening the existing committee so as to make it more effective, representative and action-oriented, with a core mandate focused on the Israeli-Palestine situation and a secondary focus on other Middle East issues. The key proposed changes to the committee include a membership restructuring to ensure geopolitical balance, 2 members per geopolitical group, and ex-officio members from Israel and Palestine, representatives from the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians and Bureau of Young Parliamentarians. You will find more details on this reform in the related documents in the set of your documents also. This was, you will remember, colleagues, this is very important because initially this committee did not have members from all geopolitical groups. So this change now gives a chance for each geopolitical group to participate. We will return to this matter on Sunday in conjunction with the report on the Committee on the Middle East questions, which is covered under item 11E. Colleagues, more information I would like to give you is about opportunities to improve the emergency item process at the IPU assemblies. Dear colleagues, the Executive Committee has made this issue a priority, particularly in light of the recent assemblies which failed to adopt an emergency item. The core problem identified included failure to reach the required 2/3 majority, increasing polarization among member parliaments, making consensus harder, and the proposal of topics often not aligned with the definition of a recent major situation of international concern, on which urgent action by the international community is required. This is what is set out in the Rule 11.2a. Against this backdrop, the Executive Committee received a document prepared by the Secretary General and his team, which contained an overview of the current situation and possible ways forward. The Executive Committee took note of some improvements already introduced, including the extra 24-hour before the vote to allow the merging of proposals, the production of guidelines for submissions to improve quality and relevance, the stronger role of the Assembly Steering Committee in reviewing proposals, and the efforts to improve communication between the geopolitical groups. While a strong consensus was built regarding the relevance of the emergency item as a valuable mechanism at the disposal of the IPU which should be kept, the Executive Committee pleaded in favor of the necessary reform to make this mechanism fit for purpose. This includes formalizing the 48-hour deadline for submitting proposals, which has now been submitted as an amendment to the rules of the Assembly for approval by the Assembly later this week. Keeping the two-thirds majority, which ensures broad support, improving the consensus-building mechanisms, and promoting greater inclusion of smaller countries' voices, as well as greater involvement of the Executive Committee while further strengthening the Steering Committee's role. Additional proposals still under consideration include the introduction of a second emergency item to reduce competition, better reflect multiple priorities, and increase inclusivity. This information, I don't clarify more because we have been discussing about this in several of our assemblies and the Governing Council as well. The Executive Committee endorsed the recommendations made by the Secretariat as a starting point while requesting further reflection and broader reform. What this means, colleagues, is that we will be putting forward, and we have already put forward to you these recommendations in the text, which we will be adopting at the end of this report. And we are hoping when you make that decision, you are also in line with our thinking in the sense that we reduce polarization, but we try to also be as inclusive as possible. Another issue that I would like to report, which the Executive Committee has worked on, is preparation of the 152nd Assembly. The Executive Committee has also followed a careful development of the current geopolitical situation in the Middle East. In anticipation of any impact the current conflict might have on the organization of the 152nd Assembly, it studied a series of possible contingency plans to ensure that the Assembly and the Governing Council could take the necessary governance decisions for the functioning of IPU. These contingency plans included hybrid and remote participation or even postponement of the Assembly. Fortunately, with in-person participation in this Assembly at a record high, we have no evidence that we would need to resort to these contingency plans. The Executive Committee expressed its solidarity with the Middle East countries currently affected by the hostilities. Colleagues, that's why when I addressed you in the morning before I started giving you the report, I commended the efforts by the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly for kind of standing his ground that we are going to have this assembly and we are all here thanks to him. IPU honorary presidents and secretaries generals, I would like to also inform you about what the Executive Committee talked about this. With a view to show institutional richness and potentially drawing on their experience, the Executive Committee is in favor that the former IPU honorary presidents and by extension former secretaries general may be invited upon their availability to attend IPU events. The costs of such participation should not automatically fall on the IPU unless tied to a specific role. And on this, some of you have already seen around the former president, Pacheco. He has been around and he will be around in this assembly. So, and when we are talking about the former secretaries generals, we are not just talking about Martin, we are talking about others as well. So we would like to see these people around. Colleagues, the other thing that I would like to report to you, which the Executive Committee worked on, is the IPU initiatives in the area of parliamentary diplomacy. Under this item, the Executive Committee had fruitful exchanges with the presidents of the IPU bodies engaged in this area. The presidents of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians briefed the Executive Committee on the case duration and overall caseload. The Executive Committee learned that most cases are under 5 years old, with average duration of 1.7 years, covering 401 members of parliament across 27 countries. 96% of the cases closed in 2025 were resolved successfully due to positive and constructive cooperation from national authorities. In this light, the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians appealed for the support of the parliamentary community. Colleagues, activities of the IPU 2026 priority theme on human rights will include the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the committee at the special segment in the general debate on 18th of April, which I will chair, and a communications campaign entitled Bringing Human Rights into Focus, which will run until 2028. The Executive Committee colleagues also commended the committee's leadership, perseverance on long-standing cases, and the value of accurate, timely reporting and highlighting success stories. While echoing the request for support to close cases, the Executive Committee recommended balancing public pressure with discreet diplomacy to avoid jeopardizing outcomes for incarcerated or threatened individuals. The Executive Committee also had the opportunity to hear an update on the activities of the IPU Task Force on the Peaceful Resolution of the War in Ukraine, chaired by our own Dr. Ali Nuaimi from the United Arab Emirates. He underlined the war's global impact beyond Europe, including impact on food security and its wider destabilization dynamics, hate, terrorism, rule of law erosion, and state fragility, especially in Africa. The task force has focused on achievable humanitarian quick wins, notably involving Ukrainian children. Both parties in the conflict were receptive to engagement. Dr. Al-Nuaimi stressed. The Executive Committee voiced support for the task force, recognized its slow but real progress, and encouraged its continued work, especially on the issue of displaced children. The spokesperson of the group of facilitators on Cyprus, Mr. Wehli, reported a difficult context given the long-running division on the island since 1974. Despite occasional agreement between the parties on basic but important confidence-building topics, implementation on the ground has not progressed. The facilitators, currently from Portugal, Armenia, and Switzerland, will hold a meeting here in Istanbul to generate new ideas and impulses and to maintain momentum for further structured dialogue. The Executive Committee commended the group's efforts and encouraged the facilitators to keep pushing and not to give up on the cause. The Secretary General also briefed the Executive Committee on the work of the Committee on the Middle East Questions. The Executive Committee was also apprised of the additional parliamentary initiatives, including Armenia and Azerbaijan, where the IPU has provided its good offices for speaker-to-speaker engagement. The next bilateral session is agreed to take place here in Istanbul in the context of this assembly. On the Korean Peninsula, a potential opening for the Secretary General to pay a visit to North Korea was envisaged, although this may not be possible before his retirement. But we are hoping the Secretary General that you're going to elect in this assembly will be able to carry this zeal forward. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, the earlier positive momentum has stalled due to recent negative development. But as usual, we don't give up. The Executive Committee commended the efforts of the Secretary General to support parliamentary initiatives to restore peace in these regions. Colleagues, IPU Crema Passi Prize. The Executive Committee received an update on the arrangements in place for the 5th edition of this prize. This year's focus aligns with the IPU's priority theme of the year, respect for human rights. Therefore, the winning candidate should demonstrate an outstanding record in the field of human rights. The deadline for the submission of nominations via the geopolitical groups is the 30th June. The prize will be awarded during the 153rd IPU Assembly in Arusha, Tanzania. The members of the Executive Committee were also encouraged to amplify the messaging of the activities around the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Colleagues, another issue that the Executive Committee made a determination on is the election of the Vice Presidents of the Executive Committee. And on this, I would like to report to you the Vice Presidents who had completed their tenure have already relinquished this mandate, so we elected the following. We elected Mr. Milton Dick from Australia. He will be the Vice President of the Executive Committee from the Asia Pacific. He's replacing Ms. Sarangi from India, who had completed her second-year term. Also, we discussed about gender partnership group. The Executive Committee appointed 2 of its members to serve on the gender partnership group. These are Ms. Nelly Muti, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, and Mr. Andries Griffroy, who is from the Deputy Speaker of the Senate of Belgium, but also a member of EXCOM. Colleagues, do we have any questions on these updates on what the Executive Committee was able to do?
UK.
Okay, so we have one member who would like to take the floor. United Kingdom, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for your very comprehensive report on the workings of the Executive Committee. Just on a point of clarification, can you confirm that by adopting your report, we are not changing any of the rules of the IPU? We are merely adopting your report. This is not going to lead to any changes to the statute.
Yes, we are adopting the report because the change of rules would require a different item, and I don't know if you have it.
It's in the Assembly.
Yeah, it's in the Assembly. So here we are just adopting the report, including the issue that was discussed, the issues, so that, because that was one of the issues that the EXCOM looked at, so we are reporting it, but we are not adopting the changes. The changes will be done in their assembly under a specific item. Colleagues, I haven't seen any other hand. Which country is it? Canada? Ah, okay. Canada, you have requested the floor. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As well, we'd like to commend you for your work and the Executive Committee's work and your comprehensive report. I do have a question on the ruling that you just made. My understanding is that per section X, Rule 39, that changes to the rules cannot be made without due notice to the Assembly and an inclusion in the agenda. In this case, it was not made. We've not had time to consult with our bodies back home, as we typically would do, to a material change to the emergency item rules. So I just want clarification, because I think what you're proposing is out of order. Thank you.
Colleagues, I take note of the concern, but that will be dealt with when we are in the Assembly, when we are discussing the item. This is meant to report what the Executive Committee did. So we are just here, we are just adopting the report. And then during that item, then those issues will be rightly raised there. That, you know, when maybe when the... Sorry?
So I would argue that including the rule change in this Assembly without due notice to all the bodies would actually be out of order itself. So what I'm trying to understand is you are saying that we would be including debate to the changes on the emergency item in this Assembly without the Executive Committee having gone through the rule process. So including it in this Assembly's agenda itself would be out of order, and notice would have to be given. We've just gone through a whole process to update the rules, and this was not included in it. We've not had a chance to go back to our colleagues, governments, and this is a substantive material change. So I would argue that it is out of order to include it at all in this Assembly. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm going to give a chance to the Secretary General to clarify, but before I do that, let's understand one thing. This is a report. Part 1 was the report in respect of what the President did on your behalf, or attended meetings, or did some activities. Part 2 is a report of the activities of the Executive Committee. So we cannot change here in the Governing Council what the Executive Committee did. That we can't change. In respect of the concern that you have raised, that you did not receive the notice and everything else, right now we are dealing with the items of the agenda of the Governing Council. And on this one, there is no change of statutes. So we will be handling that concern if it arises when we are dealing with this issue in the Assembly. So if you have the agenda of the Assembly, we will not be dealing with that here. So during that time, that's when you can raise that matter. For now, this is a report of the Executive Committee which can't be changed here. This is what we did.
Thank you, and we understand that, and this will be my final point. What I'm saying is that it can't be raised procedurally.
No, it has to be raised because it was discussed in the EXCOM.
No, but that's the incorrect procedure.
No, this is not a change of rules. It is a report, and you can't say the Executive Committee did not discuss. We discussed it. So that's what I'm telling you, that we discussed about it. So you can't say no. We discussed about it. Secretary General, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I agree with your response. Maybe to dispel the concerns of the delegate from Canada and I think the UK, it has to be clear that the change of rules that is formally before you will be dealt with in the Assembly, because it concerns the Assembly rules. And that there are two sets of amendments. One that has gone through the formal process of notification, as the honourable member pointed out, and it is the one relating to the deadline for the submission of emergency items. That one is now ripe, I believe, for adoption by the Assembly, if they so agree, when the Assembly meets. But the second amendment is one that the Executive Committee has now discussed and is recommending, and it would follow the same process that amendments follow. That is, there will be formal notification to the members within the statutory deadlines, so that the appropriate moment, the decision will be taken. But it has to be clear that that decision will not be taken at this assembly.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm being informed here that Zimbabwe requested for the floor and will be followed by Denmark. Zimbabwe? Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. The adoption of the amendments has consequential statutory requirements. Now, the Governing Council has the responsibility of not just adopting, but also suggesting that such an adoption canvasses for statutory amendments of the IPU. It doesn't mean that we adopt and then keep quiet. We have to adopt and make some observations as to the implication of the adoption. That implication then is debated in the General Assembly, and if you agree to, then the process of giving due notice to the amendment of the statutes will then follow. I so submit.
Denmark?
Yes, Denmark is standing by the remarks from Canada and the United Kingdom because procedures are incorrect. So you are making it hard for us to approve this report with this way of doing things.
I don't know if the clarification of the Secretary General should be repeated, or I don't know. Unless Denmark, you want the clarification now to come from Canada and UK, because Canada said she understood the clarification given by the Secretary General. And UK too.
Just for colleagues, my understanding based on the Secretary General's clarification is what's happening is, Madam Chair, you have made in your report, you are saying that the ExCom has made a recommendation that could be considered for a rule change at a future assembly through due process. And if that's the case, thank you for the clarification. We're good with that. Thank you.
Denmark, is that clearer now?
Yeah, that's clearer now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we were under item 4.
They need to adopt the sustainability policy as well.
Yes. So we were under item 4, and do I take it that we take note of these updates and we approve the decisions, including adoption of the IPU sustainability policy of the Executive Committee? Colleagues?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. It is so decided. Now we will go to item 5 of our agenda, presentation by the Secretary General of the IPU Impact Report for 2025. And that said, I'm going to give now the floor to the Secretary General so that he takes us through item number 5. Mr. Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. It gives me great pleasure once again to present the impact report of the organization covering the year 2025. Madam President, I want to preface my presentation with a comment that in the recent years, there has been an endeavor to establish synergies between the IPU President's report, which she presents separately, and she's done that today, and the impact report. And the desire has been to make sure that the impact report more fully integrates the activities of the President in the impact report, because her activities cannot be seen to be standing separate from the other activities of the organization. So this year, we have made more efforts to incorporate what she has said now in terms of the activities that she carried out during the past 6 months, but also before. All of the activities that were carried out in 2026 are now reflected in the impact report. Having said that, I would like to, I believe you've all received copies of the impact report for 2025, and so I will not propose to read it in detail, not waste your time. I just identify some highlights that I would like to bring to your attention. And I would like to refer you to the opening pages of that report, where you have some key data on the breadth and scope of the work that you carried out in 2025. If you have that, those pages in front of you, let me just mention some of the data that we have there. Today we have 183 members of the organization with 15 associate members. We have 159 national parliaments that have adopted our IPU common principles for support to Parliament. This is very important for us in terms of legitimacy. You'll also see that the figures regarding visibility of the organization have gone up close to 30 mentions in different media, in print media, the ones that we are aware of. And we have now, I'm very glad that we can mention this, and that is the proportion of delegates in IPU assemblies that are women. We now stand at an average of 37.2%. We hope that these figures can increase in future years. We have also seen an increase in the number of young parliamentarians. The proportion is now 14.1%, which is way above the global average of young parliamentarians under the age of 30. There we have just 2.6% of MPs who are under the age of 30. So we're doing well. We're preaching. We are doing what we are preaching in the IPU. And also the last statistic I want to mention there is the number of events that we organized last year, following guidelines from you. We did organize some 80 events, including 2 assemblies in Tashkent, very successful assembly in Tashkent, and in Geneva. And we did some 40 capacity building programs around the world. So, Madam President, I just wanted to give you that introduction, you and your colleagues, to understand that there has been a broad slate of work that you have done, and there are some impacts that have been achieved that I will rapidly mention to you. And this report, as in previous years, follows the strategy, so that you can see that for every activity or stream of activities that we carry out, this is consistent with a strategic objective of the organization. We are not doing anything that is outside the scope of the strategy. And if we take the strategic objective 1, building effective and empowered parliaments, I want to just single out the very noble work that our Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians is doing with a certain degree of success. I believe that in previous years you have expressed concern over the apparent lack of progress in some of the cases in the Human Rights Committee, but in 2025 there has been significant progress that we have indicated in the reports, with cases being closed in 12 cases in countries including Colombia, Cote d'Ivoire, Malaysia, Thailand, and Zimbabwe. I think that we have cause for satisfaction there. However, unfortunately, we do have an increase in the caseload of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians, which means that the trend in the world today is not slowing down. More and more parliamentarians are victims of violations of their rights, and this, I think, is compelling on each and every one of us to do something about that. I did not mention when it came to impact that in 2025 we were able, following our, what you said, Madam President, discreet diplomacy, we were able to secure the release of a former Iraqi parliamentarian who was on death row and has now been released from jail thanks to the engagement of the IPU. We also have the case of Eswatini, which I want to mention, where we're able to secure the release of a former parliamentarian who had been in jail for some time. We wish to thank the Eswatini authorities for their spirit of openness, and earlier this year I had to travel to Eswatini again to continue that engagement with the authorities so that the remaining MP in that country could be released. So we can say that when it comes to human rights, which is the core theme for 2026, we're making some progress in defending parliamentarians around the world, including the development of tools. We have continued our work to shed light on issues such as the harassment and intimidation of members of parliament. And last year we did release a study, I think, was it the fourth, Karine, you can tell me, on the issue of violence, sexism against women parliamentarians in the Asia-Pacific region. Earlier this year we did adopt or release a study on public intimidation of parliamentarians in general, and what I can say here is that the trend is of serious concern. We see that largely driven by the emergence of new technologies, the members of parliament and other politicians are coming in for serious intimidation and violence coming from the public. And so it is something that the IPU is applying itself to, and I'm sure in the coming years we will be able to work out guidelines for getting parliaments to deal with this particular issue. If we go on, then we look at, I did mention that we organize capacity building programs around the world, and there I just wanted to point out that we were working with some 18 parliaments last year. We dealt with issues relating to the core mandate of parliaments, human rights, climate change, health, and ICT. So we have, Madam President, you and your colleagues in the past have asked us to continue to monitor the situation in some countries, such as in Central and West Africa, countries that have experienced coup d'etats and where we have seen the establishment of transitional parliaments. In those countries, we have had cause to be satisfied that we have helped these parliaments, we have accompanied them in the process of return to constitutional normalcy. And that is why last year we were able to celebrate the completion of the transitional process in Gabon, the transitional process in Chad, and those two have now been taken off the list of those countries that you've been monitoring. We continue to support the parliaments of Burkina Faso, Guinea, and we're hoping that this year Guinea too will graduate from that list of countries that are being monitored by the IPU, because parliamentary elections are now due to take place in May. I think, is it May, Karine, you tell me? So we will be able to kind of close some of those cases. We have Niger, and I believe the Speaker of Niger is here with a big delegation, and he will certify that we have been engaged with his parliament in order to provide capacity building and also identify a roadmap for their contribution to the return of normalcy, constitutional normalcy. Let me quickly refer to some of the tools that we have developed for you, because as we have said in the past, we assume when we say parliaments have a strong role to play, we assume that all parliaments are on the same level of knowledge and skills and capacity, but we do realize that some of them need accompaniment, and that is what we have been doing by developing some tools. And in 2025 we did issue a guide book on SDG-informed legislative scrutiny, helping parliaments see how they can identify or discuss legislation through the SDG lens. We also developed a very popular tool, which was the good practices for onboarding and offboarding parliamentarians. The experience that we have had is that during elections, invariably, there's always a high turnover, and it is important that we make available a tool for parliaments to deal with incoming MPs who may not have knowledge of parliamentary practice. This is something that we have been pursuing in a very stringent manner. And then we move on to what I think is the hallmark of our organization, promoting inclusive and representative parliaments. And I think you can see on that slide, Madam President, you and the President of Mexico celebrating. I think it was a landmark because we did have the Global Conference of Women Parliamentarians in Mexico, something that we're going to be doing. At least I hope the IPU is going to continue, because I know this year we are going to go to Serbia, to Belgrade, for another conference of women parliamentarians. But I mention this because there was a landmark policy document that was adopted, which will help us enshrine parity, gender parity, as a norm in the IPU. It's no longer just gender equality, but gender parity that is going to be the norm in the IPU, and it is in Mexico that happens. And this is taking into consideration the general trend to push back on gender equality in the world today. I did mention yesterday when I addressed the Forum of Women Parliamentarians that we are very concerned by the robustness of the movement, the anti-rights movement that is pushing back on gender equality. And that is why I think it makes a compelling case for the IPU to continue to strengthen its efforts when it comes to promoting women's political empowerment. And I want to celebrate one good news, and that is we have now 7 countries in the world where there's gender parity. I believe it's Bolivia joined the select list of Rwanda, let me not make a mistake, Mexico, what do you call them, Cuba, UAE, and Andorra. So we are encouraging you all to continue to work towards gender parity in your parliaments. And very quickly regarding youth representation, the point we make in this report is that progress in youth representation in parliaments has stalled. And for the second year in a row, we saw that the proportion of young parliamentarians under the age of 30 had not moved the needle. It was stagnant, and this means that we need to be very active in our work, and I'm very pleased that we have a very strong youth movement in the IPU, and we hope that they will be able to drive the process in a very strong and robust manner. Madam President, when we look at the supporting resilient parliaments, which is strategic objective 3, I have cause to be pleased to report that we continue to be ahead of the curve when it comes to the adoption of new technologies, especially AI, in the IPU, but also encouraging parliaments, building their capacity to embrace AI as a means for improving business practices. And we're doing this through our Center for Innovation in Parliaments. Our report gives you, I would say, details on what we have been up to in 2025 in promoting the use of new technologies. But I also want to use the opportunity to mention the importance of the mechanism that you have created within this organization, the Working Group on Science and Technology, which is doing a great piece of work. And I don't know if Margareta Sederfeld is in the room, but she and her team, they're doing a great job in trying to identify what the IPU can do to regulate in a good way the emergence of new technologies and making these technologies work for the people. And then let me go to strategic objective 4, where we're talking of catalyzing collective parliamentary action. And there again is cause for satisfaction for us all. I believe that last year was a foundational year, and I just want to mention that at what I said earlier about an assembly taking place in Tashkent in Uzbekistan. The first time such an assembly was taking place in the, what do you call it, the Eurasia region. Apart from Russia, we had never been to any of the other countries in the region, and I was joking that before we went to Tashkent, many people did not know where Tashkent was, but now Tashkent, Uzbekistan, has been placed firmly on the global parliamentary map, and I want to congratulate the Speaker of the Senate of Uzbekistan, Mrs. Nabaeva, for hosting us so graciously in Tashkent. And I also want to mention the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament that took place in Geneva in July this year. Madam President, you were pleased, I believe, to preside over the deliberations of this conference that takes place once every 5 years, which gives us the opportunity to review developments in the world and reaffirm the commitment of the highest authorities of parliaments in the world to promoting solutions to the global challenges that we are facing in the world today. And as in previous years, that global summit was accompanied or preceded by the Summit of Women Speakers who came together to support the work of the IPU and identify things that they could do to contribute to a better world order. Lastly, strategic objective 5, which is about accountability. I just want to mention that we are pleased at the growing interest in the membership of the IPU to report to you all on progress that is made in the implementation of the outcomes of the work that you do during assemblies in particular. And the statistics are very clear, they're eloquent. More and more countries are reporting to the assembly, and during this assembly we'll have a special segment on accountability, and we hope that more and more of you will be coming forward to present to the IPU what it is that you are doing to, I would say, implement the outcomes of the IPU's deliberations. So, Madam President, let me just conclude here by saying that our report, I hope, gives you cause for satisfaction that the organization is on track. You are developing activities and implementing strongly the different objectives that are included in the strategic plan that you adopted for the organization, which, as you mentioned in your report, Madam President, is coming to an end this year, and you are on course to adopt a new strategy, which, in my view, will build on the successes that you have encountered in this strategic period and work for stronger parliaments around the world, making democracy work for everyone. Thank you very much.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you so much for that substantive presentation on the impact that IPU has made in our world, but also in terms of looking at the other strategy that is coming to an end. Colleagues, do we have any questions coming from that report? I don't see any hands.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Okay. Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
And Gabon.
Côte d'Ivoire followed by Gabon. Côte d'Ivoire, you have the floor.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. Thank you for the report by the Secretary General. When I began coming to IPU, I think the Secretary General was just starting his first mandate. But after your 3 mandates, before I come back to the report, I just wanted to pay tribute to the work that our Secretary General has done. Your inspiring leadership, we are so proud of in Africa, and it's a source of great pride for the whole world, actually, and for the IPU. Congratulations on your exemplary activity report and for the very successful activities that you have introduced alongside the IPU President, in particular President Türkiye Aksen. You are leaving a tremendous legacy, and it's with great admiration that we see you, and with great regret that we see your mandate, your final mandate, coming to an end. But you have trained up so many people who will continue your legacy and take that baton forward for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gabon, you have the floor.
Merci bien.
Thank you, Madam President. At this juncture,
Gabon?
Je reprends.
Should I start again?
Maybe go on A, on channel A, just in case.
Yes, thank you. Madam President, at this stage in our work, the new Speaker of the General Assembly of Gabon would like to express his appreciation of the work achieved at this stage of the 152nd Assembly of the IPU. We welcome the election of our colleague, the Speaker of the Turkish National Assembly, to the presidency of the Assembly. And particularly, we would like to acknowledge the quality of your report, and especially the report of the Secretary General, which we have just heard the introduction for, and which includes a certain number of activities linked to the development of the transition in my country. I would also particularly endorse the words we have just heard from my colleague from the Côte d'Ivoire, acknowledging the quality of the Secretary General's work throughout his multiple terms of office. So we appreciate the work, and we greatly regret having to see this time in office come to a close. The regular presence of Secretaries General throughout our meetings is a particularly important point for the ongoing effectiveness of our efforts as parliamentarians. If you'll also allow me, I would like to thank and acknowledge all of the bodies within this institution that have given support and solidarity to my country in this difficult time, that have allowed us to get through a difficult period without too many challenges. We welcomed the Secretary General to our country and certainly welcomed his personal support and his very precious work. My country will continue to seek to build cooperation with the IPU, and the new republic will certainly seek to stand by our national and international commitments. We welcome the official announcement of the departure of Gabon from the list of countries being followed up, and we look forward to the Libreville conference on young Youth and Women Parliamentarians, and then the Regional High-Level Conference of Speakers of Parliaments in Transition. Those then are the words that I wanted to share with those present as we pursue our endeavours here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabon. Colleagues, I have seen the request to take the floor. I'm going to request you to use a minute, just a minute, please, because we started a little late and we want to be able to go into the assembly in the next few minutes. So, Qatar, 1 minute, will be followed by Chad.
Thank you. شكرا سعادة الرئيسة. بداية نتقدم
Thank you very much. And allow me to thank the Turkish government for the warm welcome we have received. Allow me also to thank the Secretary General for the work completed during his terms in office, which have certainly borne fruit and have contributed to parliamentary work throughout the world. There's also been improvements on the administrative and financial fronts within our organization, as well as at the diplomatic level. Qatar has worked very closely with the Secretary General, organizing multiple events in Qatar with his support. We've also signed an agreement on the building of capacities and skills for parliamentarians, and we also have the development of a project relating to scientific schools and institutions. So we wish you the best of success for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chad.
Bonjour, chers.
Good day to all of the colleagues here. Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the floor. I'm taking the floor now on behalf of my country to thank and congratulate the Secretary General for his work, as well as the entire IPU team. I wanted to share our experience of the support of IPU in a very difficult time. When my country lost our president in office, the IPU was by our side at that difficult time, helping us build the skills and capacities we needed in a whole range of modes of contact and meeting, very much helping us in 2024 to return to our constitutional order. And so we thank and salute the work of the Secretary General and the President. My country is very proud of you and is fully committed to continuing on the path that we have set out on, in line with the ideals of the IPU. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Burkina Faso, 1 minute.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Firstly, my thanks go to Türkiye for the very warm welcome given to the parliaments of the world. So our thanks and congratulations to Türkiye for this warm welcome. And also congratulations and thanks to the Secretary General for the excellent work done during his time in the role. Our thanks also go in the direction of those who have helped Burkina Faso build its parliamentary capacities. We thank you for the help from the Transition Office, which has very much helped us continue along our path. As the previous speaker said, we wish you fair winds as you continue on your journey, and thank you very much for your leadership and commitment.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, those were the people who requested the floor. And I wish to also inform you that the Executive Committee welcomed this convincing and final impact report of the Secretary General, on which it congratulated him and his team for the substantive achievements that were done in 2025. Of course, we take into account the fact that they were also good work that were done before 2025. Colleagues, the Executive Committee made a number of suggestions both to consolidate the achievements and improve implementation of future activities. These included continue development of tools and strategy focus on digital transformation and artificial intelligence, including support for parliaments that are left behind. They included considering ways to report on and promote the qualitative impact of women's and youth representation beyond numeric participation. Colleagues, may I take it that we want to take note of the impact report that has been just presented by the Secretary General and approve its recommendations?
Yes.
Colleagues, thank you very much. It is so decided. Sorry?
I said Ali is not in the room.
Yes, Dr. Ali Naimi should come back to the room. Colleagues, now we go to agenda item number 6, which is considering the financial results for the 2025 and financial situation of the IPU that is going to be done by our Chair of the Subcommittee on Finance of the Executive Committee, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Australia, Mr. Milton Dick. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to dear colleagues. May I begin by offering my thanks to the outgoing Secretary-General with a laser-like focus on the finance that he has done in his term as Secretary-General. Listening to many of the African delegates speak about your pride as a speaker from Australia, from the Pacific, to be warmly welcomed by the Secretary-General all those years ago, to take people under your wing, even as tall as I am, to fit under your wing, and to be now sitting next to a proud African woman leading the organisation, two strong African people leading our organisation. When our founders began, I never think they probably thought this would happen. So, Mr. Secretary-General, you have broken new ground, and I wanted to make sure I had a photo with you, so I did take advantage of the selfie shot of you outside, just to make sure I didn't miss out, and encourage everyone to do that. But Martin, thank you for your leadership and your mentoring for the finances of our organisation, just as I've been mentored by you and my predecessors, Dr. Ali and Cecilia from Sweden. I thank you for the work that you've done over so many years. I am here today to provide you a brief finance update of the chair of the IPU subcommittee as a member of the Executive Committee. And if there is time, we'll of course take some questions. The subcommittee did meet on the 8th of March to consider the financial questions of the IPU. It examined the consolidated financial statements for 2025 and the external auditor's report, where we will hear more on shortly. Over a 3-month period from January to March 2026, the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia carried out an external audit of the IPU's financial statements for 2025. I also met alongside with the Secretary-General on the 30th of March to discuss the audit results and his team. There were 2 recommendations arising from the audit which the IPU will implement, and I should note the IPU has consistently been implementing all the recommendations arising from our audit processes. The Subcommittee on Finance advised the Executive Committee to recommend the Governing Council approve the Secretary-General's financial administration of the IPU and financial results for 2025. Colleagues, the IPU's budget comprises two sources of funding: core contributions, which makes up around 75% of the IPU's budget, and voluntary funding, which comprises 25% of the IPU's budget. The Governing Council has approved a 3% increase in the total amount of assessed contributions for 2026, and the total of IPU assessed contributions have been rebalanced back to the level that it was 6 years ago in 2010. To date, the IPU has received member contribution payments of 11.3 million Swiss francs. These payments comprise 92% of the total amount of assessed contributions for this year, which is a very solid start to this year. The arrears from previous years were around 2.18 million Swiss francs, and this amount also compares favourably to the 2.540 million Swiss francs outstanding this time last year. However, I am pleased to report to the Assembly that 10 member parliaments have made payments over the last few years, and these payments have seen a further reduction in the total amount of arrears now to 2 million Swiss francs. As of the 31st of January 2026, the total income from voluntary sources, the precious dollars we receive from voluntary sources, has amounted to 5.4 million Swiss francs, including from the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, a grant from the Shura Council of Qatar, which is now fully expended, and a new grant of 135,000 Swiss francs signed with Irish Aid in November 2025. From my region in the Asia Pacific, I recognise China, which is supporting a joint program on countering terrorism, and China is also supporting implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, which a grant was renewed in 2021. From the Pacific side of the world, the Federated States of Micronesia provided a grant of US $130,000 for the IPU's governance and peace work. And last year, the IPU signed an agreement with the UNDP's Pacific Office to strengthen the capacity of Pacific Island, totalling $200,000 US. In the area of sustainable development, I'm pleased to report that the IPU received a grant of $420,000 US over 2 years through the Global Methane Hub. The funds will be used to implement a global and regional project named and raised for the awareness of policymakers on climate change and methane reduction. Members, I thank the work of the Subcommittee on Finance, the members who turn up and review our finances. I have made the point to geopolitical groups as I have visited to explain the finances. These are not our finances or my finances or the Secretary-General's finances. They are your finances, the members that we represent, and our job is to make sure we receive value for money at all times for the precious dollars for the citizens that we represent. The Executive Committee also reviews the financial situation of the IPU as of 31st of January 2026. As it is still early in the year, the situation is similar to the end of 2025. The organisation's budget performance is on track for the year so far, and the IPU's finances remain healthy and stable. The list of members in arrears has reduced, as I said, since the end of 2025, and as I indicated earlier in my remarks, the current funds sit around 92% of the total. In conclusion, based on our work, the Executive Committee therefore recommends that the Governing Council approve the Secretary-General's financial administration of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the financial results for 2025. I thank the Assembly and yield back to the President.
Thank you so much, Speaker Dick, our President for the Subcommittee on Finance. Colleagues, I will now like to give the floor to the internal auditors to report to us on the audit of the IPU's financial results for 2025. And I understand here we will have, okay, they're already here, Mr. Nadir, the Speaker of Guyana, but also Mr. Bugley from San Marino. They will present together. and I can see they are coming together. So please, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Based on the mandate interested to us international, as international auditor of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, appointed at the 214th section of the Governing Council in Geneva, we present our opinion on the IPU financial report and audit financial statement for the year ended 31 December 2025. We have examined the documents presented and the opinion of the external auditor and have been provided with explanations by the Secretary General and his staff. Following our review, we wish to draw attention to the following matters. We make note that the external auditor expressed a positive and qualified audit opinion that the finance statements for 2025 present fairly the financial position of the IPU and its closed pension fund as at 31 December 2025 and its financial performance and cash flows for the year, in accordance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards IPSAS. The audit reports validity and accuracy and quality of the financial statement and confirm that the financial ratio of the operation of the IPU remain sound. The external auditor have made the following two recommendations. The IPU should perform a comprehensive review for statement of investment policy goals and guidelines to assess whether the investment objective, investment guidelines, and the overall risk parameters remain appropriate and achievable given the IPU's current financial position and operating environment. The IPU should clarify the balance of the one bank account by providing a supported explanation in the bank reconciliation to account for differences, or by exploring other alternative solutions that best align with the organization needs and should update the policy on depreciation charge to reserves. The IPU management has welcomed and accepted the recommendation and indicate that will implement them during the course of 2026.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Folks, let's get Mr. Lorenzo Bugli a big round of applause. He did these duties while he was serving as Capitan Regent, the head of state of San Marino. He just concluded that term. Madam Chair, General Counsel, the external auditors also reviewed the status of implementation by the IPU of previous audit recommendations, and they had observed that all of the recommendations from every previous external audit have been fully implemented. One recommendation from 2024 has been partially implemented, and the IPU Secretariat and Management has confirmed that they are continuing work on this particular recommendation. And this implementation concerns the powerful tool of the software that is being used and the amount of analytics it produces to better manage financially our organization. An independent actuarial appraisal of the IPU's closed pension fund was carried out in conformity with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards. And all were considered very valid by our external auditors. The net assets of the IPU have decreased by an operating deficit of 0.3 million Swiss francs, due primarily to the statutory write-off of arrears of 3 member states and 2 associate members. The related increase of the provision for future potential credit losses from assessed contributions and the recommendation of the IPSAS 43 leases implementation costs during this year. We note that our working capital fund of the IPU stands at 88% of what was targeted. Basically, the IPU has 8 months of working capital, which is very healthy to continue the operations of our organization. In our opinion, both Lorenzo and I, the financial statement presented by the IPU, give an accurate reflection of our position as at 31st December 2025 and the financial performance of our organization during last year, and that these comply with the highest available set of accounting standards. The financial management of the IPU has a strong foundation based on our internal controls and our current financial position. Thus, we accordingly recommend that the Governing Council approves the Secretary General's financial administration of our organization and the financial results for 2025. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nadir and Mr. Bugli, for that presentation. Colleagues, I will now give a few seconds to the Secretary General to complement these reports.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I take it, I assume that you now have all the information that you need to take a decision on the financial administration of the Secretary General. And I wish to thank the chair of the subcommittee and his colleagues on the efforts that they are making to provide clarity and transparency in the management of the IPU. Let me also thank the internal auditors who have given of their time to go through the books and have discussions with the external auditors so that our finances are seen to be above board. Let me just compliment what has been said by the previous speakers by thanking, maybe one last time, those donors that have been very generous in their contributions to the budget of the organization. We have Sweden, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency. We have Qatar. We heard from the Deputy Speaker from Qatar. We have Irish Aid. We have the World Health Organization, China, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, the United Arab Emirates. Dr. Ali is not in the room. We have Micronesia. You mentioned Micronesia, Mr. Speaker Dick. We have UNDP, United Nations Development Program, Bahrain, and then we have some private foundations because we have been very keen to broaden our financial base, and I want to salute the contribution that we are receiving on a regular basis from the Julianne Wrigley Foundation. This is very helpful in our work on climate change and sustainable development. In addition to the financial contributions that our donors are making to the budget of the organization, we also have support in kind, and I want to identify the strong support that we receive from Austria, the Parliament of Austria, in terms of the secondment of a senior official, Ambassador Brenner, working for us, manning our Vienna office. We have Korea that continues to provide secondments on a regular basis to the organization, and we are now in the process of concluding arrangements for secondment from the National People's Congress of China. So I thought I should just give you this information for me as a means of thanking these donors for their gracious and generous contribution to the IPU, and I hope that they will continue to provide this support in the years to come. But also I want to encourage other donors to come forward, because your mandate is expanding and you need the resources to implement that mandate. Thank you, Madam President.
Dear colleagues, as you have heard, both the external and internal auditors have given the IPU a clean bill of financial health for 2025. The audited financial statements will be posted as usual on the IPU website once they are adopted, so they will be freely accessible to all. Now, do we have any questions? Maybe one or two? Okay. I haven't seen anybody who has requested for the floor. Dear colleagues, I wish to inform you that the Executive Committee received the report you have just heard and expressed the view that the IPU financial situation is healthy and the finances are properly managed as certified by both the internal and the external auditors. The Executive Committee welcomed the assurance that the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund, in which IPU staff participate, is managed independently and not unduly impacted by the broader UN issues, and that the retirement benefits of the staff are in safe hands. May I take it that, colleagues, you now approve the Secretary General's financial administration of the IPU of 2025? Yes. It is so adopted. Thank you so much. It is so approved. Thank you so much. Colleagues, item number 7, as you are already aware, in anticipation of the conclusion of 2022 to 2026 strategy at the end of this year, we have been working on drafting the new strategy for the past 6 months, based on the extensive consultation process in which you also took part. A new draft strategy has been drafted. And colleagues, in the interest of time, let me just say a few words. We thank you so much for having participated in this process. Some of you participated at the geopolitical level, some of you individually, some of you individual parliaments, but we really appreciate everything you have done. I would like now to... do you want Colleagues, I'm going to give a chance to the Secretary General before we propose for adoption of this new strategy. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I don't want to take up any more of your time. This is a document that has been circulated to all members of the IPU. It is, as you will see, the result, the outcome of broad-based consultations. We have made the point that some 1,000 individuals were consulted in 111 countries. Various stakeholders have also been consulted. And so this document, we feel confident, is reflective of the views and priorities of the membership of the organization. The Executive Committee was given a full briefing on the various components of the strategy, which they agreed is building on the successes of the current strategy. It builds on the challenges that we have faced in the current strategy, and so the new strategy will be in a position to help you address those challenges that you have identified during the strategy period ending on the 30th of or 31st of December 2026. So, Madam President, I don't have much to add here, but I would like to recognize the support that I have received from the consultant who helped us draft this strategy, from my colleagues Karim Jabra in particular and Thomas Fitzsimmons in the Secretariat who drove this process. And it is my fervent hope that you are now in a position to adopt this strategy so that come 1st January 2027, you will have a new policy tool guidance for moving this organization forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Colleagues, I would like to share with you the feedback of the discussion of the new strategy that took place on the Executive Committee. The Executive Committee received an update on the development of the IPU's forthcoming strategy for 2027-2031, alongside a review of the current strategy for 2022-2026. The lead consultant for this review presented key findings from the ongoing assessment, which included both qualitative and quantitative data from a record number of surveys, respondents, and focus groups. These consultations involved member parliaments, partners, donors, civil society, stakeholders, secretariat staff with a greatly expanded respondent profile compared to previous processes. The Executive Committee took note of the respondents' feedback, including a desire for more IPU activities, events, capacity building, monitoring and evaluation, greater inclusion, increased engagement via online and social media tools, as well as improvements of the IPU's outreach and public visibility. The Executive Committee commended the thoroughness of the research and the consultative process, while insisting that the final strategy must be agile and flexible. Expressing its appreciation on the final outcome of this process, the Executive Committee endorsed the 2027 to 2031 IPU strategy and decided to recommend it to you for adoption. Colleagues, do we have any delegation that would like to ask any question? I'm holding my hammer already. I haven't seen any hands up, so do I take it? Sorry?
No.
What country is that?
Chile.
یک دو سه امتحان میکنیم. 1 2 3 1 2 3 فارسی بوت فارسی امتحان میکنیم. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 من میخوام سوال بکنم که کدوم یکی از اینها میتونه برای ما مفید فایده باشه. بله. عادل کیه بابا؟ مهدی هم من. بله. خب اینا چرا نشستن؟ خب باید ببینیم کیه. الان کت عادلم اینجاست. خب باشه میرم اونجا. خداحافظ.
As IPU in 2025 gives you a glimpse of what has been happening, but the implementation of the previous strategy started long time ago. So this is like the 2025 report is giving you what we did just in 1 year. So we have been doing that in the previous years as well. So taking together all these reports, you will note that, colleagues, the previous strategy has been implemented to a great extent. 30 seconds, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Chilean delegate, for asking that question. It's a very important one. What we omitted to say was that the new strategy is based on an assessment of the implementation of the ongoing strategy. And let me just mention quickly the areas where there have been success stories over the years of the strategy. One, I think the consultants identified the good track record of this organization in supporting national parliaments. I think you heard me earlier today talking about the support that we give to parliaments around the world. Secondly, the strong support for multilateralism, parliamentary cooperation and dialogue, and joint action. This is an area where the consultant has identified success. We also have identified success when it comes to contributing to gender equality and youth participation. I did mention this morning the strong work done by the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians, where progress has been made year in, year out. What is also important, that the consultant pointed out, was the inroads that we have made in promoting an ecosystems approach to the work of the IPU, which means that we have brought in new partners. We are working with a host of stakeholders to support you in the implementation of the mandate of the organization. And then I think the consultant also points out the progress that has been made in the embracing of new technologies, digital technologies, to improve upon the business practices of the IPU. And lastly, success has also been achieved when it comes to the parliamentary oversight of the implementation of international agreements. And if we had time, I could mention specific examples of where we have been very instrumental in promoting ratification of international treaties, but that is something that we can discuss on the sidelines of this assembly. So generally, I want to reassure the Chilean delegate that, of course, this strategy is building on those successes, but also on the challenges that we identified. So you need not worry about that. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, do I take it that we wish to adopt the IPU strategy for 2027-2031? Thank you very much. It is so decided. So, colleagues, congratulations to everybody who was involved, and we wish all the best to our Secretary General and the team in implementing this new strategy. And good or bad, the other strategy is coming to an end with Mr. Martin's tenure, and the new Secretary General is coming in with the new strategy which you have just adopted. So thank you so much. Colleagues, we are supposed to deal quickly with item number 8 because we can't push it further because it impacts the decisions that we are going to make in the Assembly at one point later. So I am going to give the floor to Secretary General to address A, under which is just going to inform us that we don't have anything to decide on that. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Sadly, I'm unable to give you any good news when it comes to applications for membership of the IPU. We have not received any applications for new members of the IPU. So we can just take note of this situation and we'll continue to work to mobilize new members.
Colleagues, we now go to item 8C, of which I'm going to give the Secretary General the floor to report to us. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A number of countries have been on your radar screen regarding arrears in assessed contributions to the budget of the organization. And over the years, you have expressed concern over the growing number of countries in this category. And I also want to mention that the external auditors have also pointed to this worrisome trend and have encouraged you to be more stringent in applying the rules when it comes to the countries that are in arrears of contribution. So I just want to let you know that the Executive Committee did agree to the suspension of a number of countries, suspension of their membership rights on account of non-payment of their contributions to the budget of the organization. We have St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Vanuatu. These three countries are some 8 years in arrears of contribution to the budget, and the decision of the Executive Committee was intended to avoid overburdening these countries with a debt that would become unsustainable. So whenever they come back, of course, the Executive Committee will examine how best to reintegrate them. Then we also have a proposal to suspend the Parliament, to suspend the membership rights of El Salvador, that has not shown any willingness to comply with their financial obligations in spite of the outreach that we have made to them. So, Madam President, those are the countries whose rights are being suspended, which means that during this assembly, they will not be able to exercise those rights that accrue with membership of the organization. There are others whose rights are not going to be suspended because we are still dealing with them. This includes Guinea, Liberia, Marshall Islands and Tuvalu, Venezuela. Yes, those are the ones that are on that list. But I also want to mention that we have good news in terms of Gabon having recovered their full rights, having paid their outstanding contributions to the budget of the IPU. I say this because last year we did suspend the voting rights of Gabon for not paying their assessed contributions. Now they have been taken off that list and so can exercise their full rights during this assembly. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Dear colleagues, I wish to inform you that the Executive Committee reviewed the situation of some members in arrears falling under Articles 5.3 and 5.2 of the IPU statutes and non-active members. In light of the update provided by the Secretariat, which suggested the worrying magnitude reached in the arrears of 9 member parliaments, having accumulated more than 3 years of non-payment, and in conformity with the recommendations of the external auditors to prevent arrears becoming unmanageable, the Executive Committee decided to recommend the suspension of the membership rights of St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Vanuatu, El Salvador, which is 4 years. Then the last of these had recently confirmed its unwillingness to continue to pay to the IPU budget, that is El Salvador. Nonetheless, the Executive Committee requested the IPU to continue supporting these parliaments despite their suspension. The concrete measures of support to parliaments of small island developing states seats include financial support for participation via Parliamentary Solidarity Fund, PSF, which should not be used to fund the contributions, encouraging participation in IPU bodies, encouraging submission of agenda items, as well as holding informal meetings at assemblies. In the same vein, the Executive Committee encouraged the Secretariat to seek best practices from organizations like the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, for seeds engagement. The Executive Committee seized this opportunity to express its thanks for members' efforts, namely Australia, whose speaker was here, New Zealand and Fiji, to broaden the IPU's membership, including the Pacific region. Taking into account the update provided by Speaker Dick Milton from Australia, the Executive Committee decided to defer its decision on potential suspension of the membership rights of Marshall Islands and Tuvalu until the 153rd Assembly, which will be held in Arusha, Tanzania. Both of these have accumulated 5 years in arrears and have their voting rights suspended under Article 5.2. The Executive Committee also deferred decisions on the possible suspension of the rights of Guinea and Liberia under Article 5.3 until the 153rd Assembly in Arusha, Tanzania, pending further consultations with these member states. Considering the complex case of the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela, which has accumulated arrears of over 11 years, the Executive Committee decided to revisit the full situation of this country, considering both its political situation and arrears status together, at its next meeting in June 2026 in Geneva. The Executive Committee commended the Secretariat's efforts to keep in contact with non-active member parliaments and support their participation in the IPU activities. Encouraging such initiatives, the Executive Committee pleaded in favor of active members' assistance to keep our global membership more active and dynamic. Colleagues, may I take it that you wish to approve the recommendation of the suspension of St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Vanuatu, as well as El Salvador, and take note of the feedback of the Executive Committee that I've just shared with you?
May I?
Yes, Suriname, 1 minute.
Madam President, I want to ask your special attention for the small island developing states. I have asked that attention continuously. I miss the solidarity with the small states, with the huge challenges what we have now. You want us to be active. How can we be active if you suspend us? I miss the solidarity, and in that light, I have raised the issue of the 25% of our funding. Raise that level of 25% to 30%, where 2% goes to the small island developing states, and let us be inclusive for the small states of this earth. We are part of this world. How do you want to exclude us with these material aspects? I raise my voice against this method, Madam President. You can thank me, but I want to have your attention. We are not taking seriously. There is no solidarity with us. Thank you, Madam President.
Colleagues, the report, it's only that we are short of time, so I'll give you a shorter explanation. The report tells you what we are able to do and what we are unable to do. At the same time, this decision to suspend them partly is actually to help them so that the debt doesn't keep accumulating. If we keep them on the lists, they keep accumulating. Like I've read you the report about what we are having with the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela. We have 11 years and they have accumulated so much. So when we are suspending a member, we are not suspending in bad faith, or we are not suspending to, to make them look bad. We are suspending them so that we don't keep counting the debt, so that when it's time for them to come back, they don't have to really carry the burden of the paying the membership fees. But I agree with what you have said, that we have to keep working harder, seeing how best we can keep engaging these countries and trying to see how we can stand in solidarity with them, and we will keep pushing. IPU stands for them also, so not just other countries that are able to do something. Colleagues?
Guyana.
Colleagues, I'm sorry, we are really out of time.
But we need to speak to the issue of the suspension.
Sorry?
Because you have the issue of the suspension of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia on the floor. And I wish to speak to that.
Yes, you are allowed to speak that, but I'm saying I'm running out of time, and I hope, Mr. Speaker from Guyana, you're going to address yourself on the requirements of the rule number 5. Please, you have the floor.
Yes. All I'm saying is we should not suspend them at this time. We should continue to work with them. IPU wants to enhance cooperation with the Caribbean. There are 50 nations and only 3 or 4 are active. If you suspend these 2 important countries, you're doing more harm to your initiative than to them. So I'm saying we should not implement that decision of the Executive Committee.
Colleagues, there is a proposal that we shouldn't suspend them, but there are 2 things that we have to note. One is the fact that this decision has been deferred for quite some time. But secondly, we have to take into account that the reason we are discussing these countries is because they are unable to pay their subscription fees. Now, if we keep them on the list without suspending them, which is also a good thing, but we have queries from the auditors, both internal and external auditors, requiring us to take a decision, because when a country is still reading as a member, it means we are also going to budget for the money that is going to come from subscriptions of these countries. So partly, like I said, it's meant to put a stop to us counting the date from these countries. So it may not look like we are helping them, but in a way, that is the intention also of that rule. And we are also bound by the reports that we have just adopted here, the financial reports. So we could postpone it to the 153rd if you so wish, but that is also still accumulating the debt of these countries. So, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think you are very clear in that explanation. I would just like to allay the concerns of Guyana and Suriname. Madam President, when you presented the report, you said that the IPU should continue to engage with these countries and provide the support that they require to improve on their capacities. What you are doing now is suspending their membership rights, but you are not suspending the IPU's assistance to these parliaments as may be required to make them stronger parliaments. So that is not a requirement of the rules of the IPU that you refrain from supporting these parliaments. They will continue to enjoy the benefits, including from the Parliamentary Solidarity Fund. What we are saying is that according to the rules today, they are unable to exercise their membership rights, including voting in the decision-making processes of the IPU. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Give us an opportunity to speak with them one more time, and let us take this decision at 1:53.
Colleagues, can I read for you the paragraph that I read before I brought this issue that we have to vote? I read and I repeat, and I hope my colleagues, you can also pay attention to that. I said the executive committee also took note of the, or rather instructed that concrete measures of support to parliaments of small island developing states, SIDS, include financial support for participation via Parliamentary Solidarity Fund, which should not include funding their contributions, encouraging participation in IPU bodies, encouraging submission of agenda items, as well as holding informal meetings at assemblies. So what we are talking about here is one of the reasons is that we don't want them to keep accumulating, but they can always come to assemblies. So I don't know how we would want to help them when their debt is accumulating. At the same time, we have pledged as IPU to assist them. And this is the paragraph that is very important for these countries to show that IPU stands in solidarity with them. So I don't know if you still want to object to that.
Yes, I'm objecting. Suriname is objecting. Madam President.
Okay, we have to take a decision, colleagues. I'm sorry, we are running out of time. So
do I have the right to speak or not?
You have already been given the chance to speak.
No.
You have already spoken.
You just cutting my off.
No. You spoke first before Speaker Nadir, didn't you?
No. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to our voices.
I'm sorry, Suriname. I'm sorry.
You don't want to listen to our voices.
I'm sorry.
You can be sorry, but you have to listen to our voices.
I listened to you, please.
Yeah.
I listened to you.
But maybe
please
you don't understand.
Follow the rules of IPU.
No.
Please follow the rules.
I follow the rule. I am a full member. I pay my contribution, so I have the right to speak.
Colleagues, we have to take a decision. What do we say in respect of this proposal, in respect of this recommendation? Okay, who are in favor of suspension? Okay, who objects to the suspension? Those who are in favor have won. Thank you so much. It is so decided. Colleagues, I'm going to give the Secretary General a chance to give us a procedural announcement. Mr. Secretary General, for the announcement, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Very quickly, this regards the quorum for the deliberations of the Governing Council. And this quorum is governed by the provisions of Rule 33.2 of the Governing Council rules. And it states that for each session, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of council members effectively participating in the first meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. And that is what I am doing now, Madam President. At the beginning of this sitting of the Governing Council, we were able to ascertain that 142 council members were present in the room. So the quorum has been established at 72 members of the Governing Council. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, we are now concluding our first sitting, and I would like to thank all of you for the contributions that you have made to different topics that were put forward in the agenda. I look forward to seeing you again on Sunday, 19th April at 9 a.m. when we start with the election of the new IPU Secretary General. Therefore, I count on you to be on time, because today we started a little late, so that we finish our business as foreseen. That said, colleagues, because of what has just happened here, I'm going to ask the Secretary General, and probably avail myself, much as I had an opportunity to meet the GRULAC. The Secretary General should explain more to our colleague in Suriname what it means with this decision that has been taken here in the Council, so that he is comfortable that the decision made is actually the best for the seeds.
Suriname doesn't need any explanation. Suriname needs action. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Suriname needs action, not explanation.
Well, the action is to tell these countries to pay, so that we don't have to go through this discussion. Colleagues, and that said, we are going to have a short break. Then when we resume, we have the assembly. The break will be for 7 minutes, so that you can, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, you can grab your coffee and then come back, and then we will go to the assembly. Thank you so much. The meeting stands adjourned until Sunday.
Thank you, Madam.
Dear participants, once again, it is a great pleasure and honor to have you here and to take the chair as the president of the 152nd Assembly of IPU. If I may, I would like to make my opening remarks in Turkish. Parlamentolar arası birliğin saygıdeğer
Distinguished Speaker of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Distinguished Speaker, Secretary General, Distinguished Heads of Delegations, Parliamentarians, and representatives of international organizations, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure for me to see you in Istanbul on the occasion of the 152nd Inter-Parliamentary Union General Assembly. I'd like to greet you all on behalf of the Turkish Grand National Assembly. Holding these inter-parliamentarian contacts and dialogues in Istanbul bears special significance in terms of human consciousness. In this sense, I'm also honored to have assumed the chairmanship of the General Assembly. I'll try to preside over the General Assembly based on the principle of justice, allowing everyone opportunity to take the floor. My purpose is to ensure that negotiations advance in order and also to ensure that the will of every person who takes the floor is respected, and also to create a ground for fruitful discussions. The lecterns of parliaments are places which reflect the common knowledge of humanity, and these are so legitimate places. I hope that the decisions we will make and also the actions we will take will yield fruitful, auspicious results for our peoples and nations. And so I declare open the General Assembly of the 152nd General Assembly of the IPU, distinguished parliamentarians and participants. Our main theme is to nurture hope, ensure peace, and secure justice for future generations. I believe this main theme summarizes the pressing needs of our contemporary period. Humanity is going through a period where conflicts grow, inequalities become bigger, and also displacements and starvations and security erosions become entangled. Multipolar and multilateral political architecture had been considered as one of the main components of international balance for a long period of time. But recent developments show that the capacity of organizations to enforce decisions have been eroded, and also the credibility of the concepts and rules have been eroded. What we are going through cannot be explained by some technical deficiencies. Or what's happening right now cannot be brought down to some technical shortages or difficulties. What we are witnessing is something deeper and a broader global problem. The global system has maintained its pretension to establish norms but not the capacity to enforce them. Although there are some texts of principles and declarations, Well, in the face of suffering and destruction affecting millions of people, these declarations and principles have no protective power anymore. The law has become flexible for strong players and has become rigid for weak players. It has become a tool of oppression. It has been transformed into a tool of pressure. The international system is now collapsing, and the grave situation in Gaza is only one example of this. A case where civilians are not protected, their right to life is not secured, and healthcare infrastructure is demolished, and also humanitarian assistance is hindered, and the necessities of basic life are eliminated. So, no effective and binding will has been displayed to prevent this, and this is a serious source of concern and also reality check for the credibility of the international system. We don't need to turn around the bush. An international structure that remains silent in the face of systematic attacks targeting humanity loses its credibility. And also the centers who claim to represent human consciousness are doing nothing more than watching the sufferings and destruction. The Palestinian case is not a tragedy, a drama that's affecting a certain territory only. It's become a reality check for the honesty of the global policy. Gaza, what's happening in Gaza shows that the selective implementation of humanitarian law turns out to be destructive. Gaza is a place which calls us to question the purpose of establishment of organizations and who are protected by these rules and organizations, and also the consistency, the ability to act consistently of humanity in the face of suffering. Silence in the face of destruction affecting innocent civilians cannot be disguised as impartiality. I'd like to underline this. The silence that's maintained in the face that comes at the expense of innocent civilians cannot be disguised as impartiality. Civilians' right to life cannot be subject of negotiations. The passage of humanitarian convoys cannot be presented like a grace subject to diplomatic calendars. And no discrimination can be made, no prioritization can be made among the right to life of innocent civilians. The most basic duty of the international consciousness is to call a violation, no matter who the perpetrator is, and to bring the criminals before justice. What's needed at this current point in history is not to produce words, to utter words, but to display the capacity to turn these words into actions. The international community has to abandon the habit of making declarations only and also its habit of temporizing when it comes to taking concrete actions. Of course, diplomacy requires a restrained attitude, and also kindness is an indispensable part of the international system. However, when kindness is used to mask oppression, then the diplomatic language loses its meaning and significance. So we shouldn't lose our capacity to call an oppressor in the face of oppression. There is also a distance between restraint in speech and also with being ineffective, just like there's a difference between silence and also being restrained. So parliamentarians need to play a significant role. Parliamentarians need to make frank speech, and we should not use kindness as a pretext to mask the reality. Everybody who assumes to represent their people while defending the interests of their community should also take into account the common dignity of humanity. Otherwise, the concept of national interest turns into a narrow political tool that excludes global criteria. In a world characterized by weaponization, injustice, no one can have global permanent security. Security cannot be established on the insecurity for other people. And also economic imbalances cannot be considered in isolation with the agenda of peace. As the disparities of income grow across the world, then the young generations lose their confidence in the future. The issue of development cannot be brought down to some criteria of growth. What's important is to ensure the equitable distribution of prosperity and also to protect labor, respect labor. The pressing need is actually to allow that all segments of societies are protected when it comes to education and healthcare services. And also, climate crisis has become one of the pressing issues of the international agenda. Drought, water stress, food insecurity, the frequency and periodicity of disasters, and also environmental fragilities, vulnerabilities are broadly affecting people across the world. Distinguished parliamentarians, most of the societies who assume a heavy burden are those who haven't actually received an equitable burden. So we need a more equitable sense of distribution of responsibility. We are not in favor of a language that deepens discriminations. We need to put forward equity, human dignity, an approach that minimizes crisis of representations. And also we need to try to make multilateral organizations more representative. That will be our guiding principle. And the same principle also applies to inter-parliamentarian contexts. Different opinions need to be able to discuss in different fora, and also striking divergence of opinions need to be able to be discussed in order to try to yield something auspicious, fruitful for all humanity. If we adopt this approach, then it will be possible for us to nurture hope. No doubt, if we act in this manner, and we will be able to maintain this principled approach based on political resolution. When we adopt such an approach based on morality, then we would be making a significant contribution to broadening justice and equity across the world. Peace cannot be considered only as an abstract expectation. We should reach a point where legal system is not selectively employed and also representative channels remain open and human dignity is maintained. A case where the strong players dictate their will cannot satisfy human consciousness. As the gap between the might and equity broadens, then the credibility of the international system is called into question. Humanity has occasionally made soul searching, and what's happening right now shows deep crises with significant ruptures and fractures, and it calls us to make a soul searching as well. This being the case, the international system and all organizations of the international system have to make an introspective soul searching. The main question facing us is the credibility of organizations, concepts and rules shall we be able to make all this credible again? If not, the distance between principles and international organizations will further widen, and the international system will not be able to represent the international consciousness. So I'll try to assume this chairmanship duty based on this sense of responsibility. And I consider contribution of all delegations as valuable. All opinions need to be listened attentively. And all opinions need to be evaluated in a civilized manner. I hope that the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union will yield auspicious, fruitful results for our nations and communities. I hope that the discussions and deliberations we make here will bring contributions to the bright future of humanity. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank you again for attending this important gathering in Istanbul. I wish you an auspicious General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now invite the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Dr. Tullia Aksen, to share her views on the overall theme of our general debate at the Istanbul Assembly: nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. Please, Mr. Aksen, you have the floor.
President of the 152nd Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, we are gathered here in Istanbul at the crossroads of continents and civilizations to debate nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, at a time when, you may argue, the present is more in jeopardy than the future. When global conflicts overshadow hope, peace has been disfigured into a battle for dominance, and justice is shaped not by universal standards, but by whichever rights powerful actors choose to recognize. I mentioned in my remarks yesterday that the world is in turmoil. I do not want to deliver a message of despair today, but I do want to recognize the moment in which we are living in. The first thing we owe to future generations is an honest appraisal of the present, of the world they are set to inherit if business as usual continues. That is the world which is becoming less peaceful, less just, and less hopeful. A world that is irreparably damaged and more dangerous because we have not managed to avert the climate emergency. A world where unregulated technologies may harm rather than help. A world where millions of people are still hungry, displaced, traumatized, uneducated, and less prosperous, and where women are less equal than men. A world which is less democratic and is less free, but that is the world that the children of your children, brothers, sisters, relatives, friends, and colleagues will inherit if we don't take urgent action today. There is, however, reason for hope. I would like to share 3 optimistic reflections with you today. Firstly, 80 years ago, an international system was established to protect future generations from the evils of civil war, injustice, and inequality, and help them live in peace, free from fear and want. Dear friends, dear colleagues, let me remind you who are seated here today, we are those future generations. Most of us here were not born when the United Nations was founded. It was for us, for our dignity and our prosperity, that an international order grounded in universal rights was established. Yes, that system is flawed. We have acknowledged it ourselves. The high-level declaration from the 6th Conference of Speakers of Parliament reminds us that the United Nations needs reform. But that does not take away from something all of us in this room, as members of IPU, share a commitment to multilateralism and an agreement on the fundamental rights and freedoms of all people as a cornerstone of peace and justice in our world. Today, we see many violations of these rights and freedoms, a growing culture of impunity. No doubt, many of you will voice these in our general debate. But I ask you also to remember that what an achievement it was and continues to be that the nations of the world shared a common understanding that all people are equal in rights and in dignity, what these rights entail, and that there is an intrinsic link between the rights which all of us in this room have committed to uphold, and lasting freedom, justice, and peace. Dear colleagues, dear friends, let us all recall these shared principles and other shared agendas, such as the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not about doing better. It is about honoring and upholding what past generations, what our constitutions, and what our own national laws have already committed to. Secondly, the immense potential of parliamentary action for the sake of our future generations. I invite you to reflect on what a privilege it is to be a legislator. We create the laws that make our societies, our regions, and our world more just. We ratify international treaties. We oversee the work of the executive and approve budgets to make sure that the promises made to the people are delivered upon. And most importantly, we represent the people. We carry their needs, hopes, and aspirations from the kitchen table or village square and into the debate chambers. Dialogue is an essential tool for resolving conflict, and parliamentary diplomacy is gaining greater traction in conflict resolution. We, parliamentarians, have the benefits of agility. We are in contact with our ministers, just as we are speaking to our constituents. We encounter each other in Parliament, and we meet members of Parliament from around the world here at IPU. Our mandate is defined by dialogue and, equally important, action. The way we exercise our parliamentary debate, dear colleagues, dear friends, how we uphold the rule of law, the way we interact with our constituents and our peers, all of these will impact how future generations we will live and the confidence they have in their public institutions. Our institutions are not perfect. Our colleagues are not perfect. We ourselves are not perfect, but we have the opportunity every day to improve. This brings me to my third point, solidarity. The first sentence of Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is well known. It tells us that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. But there is a second sentence of Article 1, much less known, which says that they are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. 80 years ago, we committed ourselves not just to uphold norms and standards, but also to uphold fraternity and serenity. I view this less as a legal commitment and more as an expression of humanity and of values that long predate our international system. Having this in Article 1 underlines all articles of the Declaration. Our multilateral system is grounded in an understanding of our interconnectedness. Without solidarity, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, our commitments towards one another, towards the future, are a mechanical obligation. But solidarity goes further. It goes to the fabric of our societies, what makes us human. Colleagues, this assembly, taking place in the middle of a global conflict, is bringing together a record number of office holders. Over 113 speakers and deputy speakers have traveled, including from regions of conflict, to engage in dialogue for peace today and tomorrow. And many who could not travel were restricted by circumstances rather than choice. Dear friends, creating a more optimistic, peaceful, and just future for our children starts with making good decisions today. And we, national lawmakers and community leaders, have a role to play here. This incredible turnout in Istanbul shows courage and solidarity and tells me clearly that we are motivated to work for a more peaceful and just world. It is on us to ensure that decisions taken today for current generations also work for the well-being of future generations. Dear colleagues, dear friends, there is a proverb I like very much, and I would like to conclude with this. A word of encouragement. If, like me, you feel that sometimes the weight of the problems facing us is bigger than any solution we could offer, then I ask you to remember, if you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. I will repeat, if you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. Now, that said, I would like, colleagues, to wish you fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam President. As you are all aware, it has become usual practice at the IPU to inform you our general debates by both a gender and a youth perspective. Now, I would like to start by inviting the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro of Mexico, to address this opening session. Please, Castro, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes. leave it down? It's okay. Thank you so much. It is my great honor to address you today as President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. First of all, I want to thank you, the great speaker from Türkiye, for this assembly, but not just the big effort that they put here, the passion that you put here in this assembly, speaker, because you have been all the time, every day, receiving delegations, receiving speakers, talking with us, and that is what we thank you so much. Thank you to make Türkiye an assembly from the heart. Thank you for make Türkiye an assembly to make peace. And thank you to make Türkiye an assembly for women and youth. So thank you so much, dear speaker. Also, I want to congratulate President Julia Axon for her extraordinary work as President of Inter-Parliamentarian Union, and of course, that I will say in all the forums and all the time. We have the great Secretary General Martin Chungong, and we don't want you to go. We want you to stay here with us, but I congratulate all your work forever for women as a gender champion. And I also congratulate Ms. Noor, President of Young Parliamentarians, that has doing a great work. Let me make a reflection. We meet at turbulent times with escalating wars, with deepening inequalities and human suffering, and growing distrust in democracy. We are left with a sense of constantly instability and hopelessness. Conflict is no longer seen as failure. It is becoming mainstream. Violence is normalized nowadays in a lot of countries, in the world, in social media. We are all the time surrounded by violence. The language of force is gaining ground over the language of reason. At such moment, we must resist fear and despair, but above all, we must resist the idea that war is inevitable, that justice is manageable, or that equality can be postponed. Our task is to move from isolation to common purpose, from fear to commitment, from division to dialogue, because hope will be not rebuilt by weapons. Peace has to be built by all of us in our countries, in our parliaments, in our communities, and it begins with truth. There is no hope for future generations without equality. Gender equality has long been silent architecture of our societies. It has shaped power, health, wealth, labor representation. It has decided whose voice counts, whose work is unseen, whose future is negotiable, and every crisis, it is women and girls who carry the heaviest burden. We need to keep working from gender equality. Now, only 27.5 are women in parliament. Now we have 2 parliaments in the world with no women. We are going back, and we cannot go back. We only have 22% of women in cabinet, and we have 28 women that are prime minister or president. We need to go for more. We need to do more. We need to have more women as member of parliament, more women in the Senate, more women as speakers, more women leading or head of delegations. I'm so happy that now we will have the first women Secretary General in the history of IPU. Imagine more than 100 years with no women as a secretary. So I feel so happy that in Tanzania, in October, Tanzania, we have a president, a female president that will be receiving us, President Samia. Also, we have the President Tulia Ackson that will be there receiving us in her country. And we will have the first Secretary General of the IPU. So let's keep working for gender equality. Let's go to our parliament and really commit what can we do to keep forward in gender equality. Let me tell you that in 2021, there were all parliaments of the world have at least one woman in their parliament. 2021, 5 years ago. And now, we have 2 parliaments with no women. We cannot go back. I just want to give this message to you, that you as speakers keep promoting gender equality, keep promoting women, keep promoting parity. We need it. Now we just have 8 countries in the world with parity in chambers. So I hope next assembly, after some countries that will have election, we have more parliaments with gender equality. So as a conclusion, I want to say that it's time for women. And it's time for women in Türkiye. It's time for women in my country, Mexico. It's time for women in Europe, in America, in the Arab countries, in Africa, in Asia. It's time for women in the world. But to make time for women, we need all of us that we are parliamentarians to keep promoting day by day in our parliament. Trust women and trust women in peace, because when we have women, we have peace. And I just want to conclude telling about the recommended 3 actions about the Women Speakers Conference that was in Geneva the last month. First, to ensure that women, peace and security agenda is a priority, integral part of the feminist foreign policy that recognizes that essential role of women in peace building, conflict, and prevention. Second, to fully respect international humanitarian and human rights law, promote peaceful, negotiated settlements in place of a growing reliance of violence at war. And third, to address the gender-related consequences of violence and war in survivor-centered way to ensure inclusive peace processes are the only sustainable path to lasting peace. So, dear colleagues, let's keep promoting gender equality. Let's keep promoting women. Trust us. Trust us. We are here to build democracy, to build peace. And I said again, in Türkiye and all parts of the world, it's time for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez Castro. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to invite the President of the Bureau of Young Parliamentarians, Ms. Noor Abu Ghosh of Jordan, to address this opening session. Ms. Abu Ghosh, the floor is yours. Thank you.
And your spiritual speech.
Thank you.
Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the Bureau of Women MPs, respected MPs, dear guests, I want to begin with a simple truth. Every decision made in a parliament today will be felt tomorrow by our children, by their children, by generations we will never meet.
Thank you, Ms. Abu-Ghosh. I am now very pleased to introduce our special guest. It is a distinct honor to welcome this morning Mr. Berham Salih and Ms. Georgina Magesa to address this opening session. As you know, as of January of this year, Mr. Berham Salih is the new United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Prior to that, Mr. Salih had a distinguished political career of over 3 decades in the home country of Iraq, serving twice as Prime Minister of the Kurdish regional government, as Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, and as Minister of Planning. Most recently, he served as President of Iraq from 2018 to 2022. Ms. Georgina Magesa is an 11-year-old climate activist and young author from Tanzania. She is founder of the Georgina Foundation and a youth advocate with UNICEF. She represents the voices of the Tanzanian children and youth, promoting children's rights, education, and environmental protection. She especially uses her voices to advocate for urgent action to tackle the climate crisis. In view of the theme of the general debate, we are very pleased to have Mr. Salih and Ms. Magesa with us today to share an intergenerational exchange about what nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations means to them. The IPU Director of Communications, Thomas Fitzsimmons, will moderate this special opening segments. Mr. Fitzsimmons, you have the floor. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this segment to open the general debate with the theme Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations. It's hard to feel hope at the moment. The world is facing so many overlapping crises, old and new wars, the climate emergency, rising prices, and growing political and geopolitical tensions that are making life harder for millions of people, especially young and future generations. And we saw recently with demonstrations around the world by so-called Gen Z who are frustrated by the lack of opportunities that they have. However, the IPU has always believed in the power of bringing people together for dialogue. If different generations and stakeholders can work in partnership, then perhaps with parliaments we can also begin to find common ground. So that's why we're trying something a little bit different today to set the scene for the debate, an intergenerational debate. To help us, I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency Berham Salih, UN High Commissioner for Refugees. High Commissioner, what are your first impressions of an IPU Assembly?
To start with, I must say thank you to IPU for the kind invitation, and also thank to our host in Türkiye, Speaker, and other colleagues who have been hosting us in this amazing event. IPU, from what I know, has been quite an important institution together parliamentarians from across the world to debate, discuss, share experiences, and also affirm our common fundamental interests in promoting peace and promoting human dignity, which I think is a shared human value for all of us. I visited today as High Commissioner, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. It's a great honor to be assuming this position, having been a refugee myself, coming from a region that was afflicted by conflicts and displacement for generations. To be entrusted with this mission is quite an honor, but I also recognize it to be the most
Oraya bir şey olabilir. Cihazı.
In ways that is quite example. Even today, as we speak, nearly 2.3 million Syrian refugees are in Turkey. That is almost 15 years on from the start of the conflict in Syria. If anything, this tells you how important and how relevant the mission, the humanitarian, the moral, and the legal mission of helping people who have been forcibly displaced from their homes.
The translator.
Translation doesn't work there.
We'll fix it.
Hopefully that will be fixed. It's a technical glitch. This is an important moment in history.
Is translation.
Because while conflicts are raging in many parts of the world, and displacement has reached record levels, nearly 170 million people are forcibly displaced from their homes. An unprecedented record, and this is not including the people who have been displaced as a result of the recent conflicts in the Middle East. I just come from Lebanon, spent 2 days there, watching this war unfolding and watching this humanitarian crisis unfold. If anything, despite the challenge, I would say this mandate of refugee convention that was delivered to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to provide protection to people fleeing conflict, fleeing persecution, people forcibly displaced from their homes because of a variety of factors, conflict, persecution, climate shocks that are inflicted on their daily lives, is as relevant as ever. And speaking to IPU parliamentarians, I want to say this values of humanity, this values of reaching out with assistance, with protection of people who need it, remains as relevant as ever. You are representing your national parliaments, parties, and raising, hoping that you will translate these principles, these values into legislations that is translated into budgets that encourage protection, inclusion of refugees, helping them to develop their agencies and victimhood. Sitting with Georgina today, I consider it to be quite an honor, because I would say, having spoken to her, she was kind enough to offer me a beautiful gift today, the bookshop that she wrote. Looking at her, listening to her, their aspirations of her generation is something that I would say we need to learn from to reach out to our common humanity and the responsibility, the shared responsibility that we have in generations, and making sure that we actually help her and help her generation to live in a more peaceful world, in a more prosperous world, in a world that is more resilient, that is more sustainable, and not just leave more conflict, more displacement, more challenges.
Thank you, High Commissioner. We'll get into that as we break things down. Georgina, let's turn to you. Tell me what gives you hope. Well, first, what is your first impression of Istanbul and the craziness that is an IPU assembly?
Thank you very much. I'd also love to say thank you to the IPU for inviting me. This is not my first time associating with the IPU. It's my second one. I was invited to the 6th World Conference of Speakers last year in Geneva. But this is my first time being in an assembly. My first impression was something that doesn't actually get me a lot. Meeting people who love children and who want to fight for children's rights, making sure they stay in a safe area, is something really amazing, because we children are the heart of the world. How are we able to protect our planet? My first impression for Istanbul, it's beautiful, it's amazing. I love the structure of the buildings. But my favorite part was the greenery. It's green. I could see the mountains and the trees from the plane.
She is really very clever.
The atmosphere. And I love the way the IPU is associating with children, telling us that we're not alone. We're on this journey together, making sure that we nurture hope for every one of you, secure peace for every one of you, and make sure we get justice.
Perfect. Georgina, thank you very much. And lots of cats.
Yeah, lots of cats.
Cat Istanbul. So today, a question to both of you. We bring together two generations who are helping shape the future. High Commissioner, forgive me, but I think you're what the media call the boomer generation, the generation born up to 1964. And Georgina, do you know what we call your generation?
Gen Alphas.
Alpha. Your generation Alpha. So boomer, Alpha, X. What does a genuine intergenerational partnership look like? High Commissioner, what do you expect from young people like Georgina? And Georgina, what do you expect from more seasoned people like us? High Commissioner, you first.
I'm a parent. I have to admit I'm also a granddad. I was in denial about having grandchildren and becoming a granddad. Every parent wants the kids to have a good education, to inherit a safe, secure, peaceful environment in which they can be able to contribute. I hear from my kids, and I hear from kids across the world, certainly in refugee camps that I have visited, a desire to really have a normal life, to have access to education, to have access to basic services, and to live with dignity, to be educated, to have an opportunity to have access to jobs and to contribute. This is really a fundamental requirement that every generations come together and seek. In today's world, we owe it to our children and the children of our children, to the Georginas, to really listen. I hope that they will be as vocal as Georgina, focusing on the crucial issues. And by the way, I have visited some of these camps in Africa. I visited Ukraine. I visited Türkiye, some of the community of refugees in Jordan, in Lebanon, in Chad, in Kenya, in those places. Really, all are the same. The parents want the best for the kids. The kids want to have access to good education, want to have access to sports, want to have access to a peaceful, secure environment. And increasingly, the issue of environment, the planet we live in, that it is clean, that water is available, that quality of air is better and healthy, are things that they expect. And we, in our generation, wherever our generations are, in positions of authority, really need to act on those. Because we are custodians of this responsibility today of this planet. We have to give them a better place, hopefully.
A better place. Georgina, what do you expect from older generations?
Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Tulia Aksen, President of the IPU, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chungong, distinguished speakers of Parliament, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Georgina Magessa,
and I am honored to be part of the 152nd General Debates today on behalf of millions of children around the world. And this is an opportunity I shall never take for granted. To start off, what gives me hope is something very simple: children. Even in places where life is most difficult, children still smile, children still learn, and we children, we still believe in a better planet. And that hope is very powerful. But hope alone is not enough. If we do not act now, the future for children could become even more difficult than it is right now. We may grow up in a place with fewer trees, less clean water, that turns into more disasters and more inequalities. And the children who suffer the most will be the ones who are already vulnerable. That is why we must act together. And that is why nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations is not just a theme, but it's a responsibility we must act on now. If climate change does not stop at borders, so solutions should not stop either. Leaders and countries must work together closely with love and humility, with urgency and responsibility. We must invest in education so every child understands and can take part in protecting our planet. We must include all children, so especially children with disabilities, so no one, when I say no one, I mean absolutely no one, is left behind. And we must take real action, not just make promises. Through my work at the Georgina Foundation, we read books, we plant trees, and we learn together with laughter, because small actions, when multiplied, can change the world. I believe we still have time, but we must choose to act with courage, with unity, and with care. Because the future is not something far away. The future is near. The future is now, and the future is us. Thank you.
Georgina, a future career in politics? Do you want to become a politician?
No.
I think you would do well. Last question before we wrap up. High Commissioner, you have hundreds of parliamentarians in front of you representing some 150 countries. What one action should they take home? They love to talk, dialogue is very important, but what one action is critical?
As I said, there are nearly 120 million people forcibly displaced from their homes. And many, many millions of children who are growing in these unfortunate situations. These are our responsibility as humans, as a global community. We have a moral and a human obligation to be there to help them with protection, with humanitarian assistance, but also we need to be there to help them with pathways to solutions. As UNHCR, we have launched an important and an ambitious goal to reduce long-term displacement by 50% within 10 years. This is a very ambitious target, and I know it's beyond the means of UNHCR and its resources. It requires a whole society approach, a whole humanity approach. All our countries, all our nations have to come together in order to enable people moving out from a state of dependency, from victimhood to one of agency and dignity. Therefore, I am appealing to you as representatives of your national parliaments to really reflect on the imperative of the 1951 Convention, the Refugee Convention, the importance of providing protection, fleeing persecution, fleeing conflict. They are in need, they need help. But helping is not just humanitarian assistance. Help is also fundamentally with solutions. Number one has to be with peace. This situation where we see around the world, conflict after conflict, are causing untold damage and destruction and displacement. We as nations of the world, we as actors on this planet really need to focus on bringing about peace, because that is the fundamental solution. In the meantime, we also need to be there for people who are in need. It's a moral, humanitarian responsibility arising from our shared humanity, but I also say it is a national security interest for all the nations around the world. Keeping these large numbers of people in these unfortunate situations of deprivation, of dependency, makes it a problem rather than an opportunity for solution. Our appeal, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, is to really work together to ensuring that displacement is not looked upon as a mere burden and as a problem to be managed, but let's work together as ways to solve it. This is the basic requirement what we are needed to do at this moment of history. As this convention has delivered for humanity over the past 75 years, as we look to the future, we really need to move forward with that focus on mind. Addressing the fundamental causes of displacement, helping with solutions, providing agency for people based on promoting their dignity and protecting their basic human rights.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Reinvigorate that spirit of 1951 with the Refugees Convention. Georgina, last question. I'm looking at the book that you wrote, and I'm thinking of our next assembly, the 153rd IPU Assembly, which will take place in Tanzania, in Arusha, close to Mount Kilimanjaro. I read in your bio that you have climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, aged 9. Tell us more about that experience as we close.
Climbing Mount Kilimanjaro was such an honorable opportunity. Mount Kilimanjaro is very beautiful. It's known as the second largest mountain in the whole entire world. But its beauty is about to last. Why? UNESCO says by 2030, all of Mount Kilimanjaro's snow and ice will melt because of global warming and climate change. This is an issue that is to be dealt with the whole world, not only us Africans or Tanzanians, because Mount Kilimanjaro is the beauty of the whole entire world. It doesn't belong to a specific society, but it belongs to the whole entire world. But despite all of this, something incredible still happens. Mount Kilimanjaro is still smiling, still warm, and welcoming every single parliamentarian to Arusha this year. And we might get the opportunity to climb Mount Kilimanjaro together. And don't worry, I'll be your tour guide.
Thank you, Georgina.
With the help of Madam Tulia Axon, if she's okay with it. Oh wow, she agreed. And Madam Tulia Axon, I was honored to create this book after I came back down. I'm very sorry we didn't have time to print enough books. But Madam President, with all due respect, is it okay if I may come and hand the book to you?
Let's do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, High Commissioner. Thank you,
Thank you.
Georgina, for setting the scene and giving us some hope for the 152nd IPU Assembly.
Thank you. Isn't she a jewel? She is a jewel.
Okay, you can have a picture together.
Let's have a picture together, please.
In the middle, and then I'll twist myself.
Okay.
Before I finish, there was something I really wanted to add on. Yeah.
Thank you. Excellency, thank you so much.
Well done.
Please.
Speaker?
She is. Please. Okay. Next year in Tanzania. Yeah. I thank you. I really thank you. Very kind, sir. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you. Inshallah.
Excuse me?
Shall we?
Take these off.
I would like to thank to our special guests for such a lively exchange. We can now proceed. As you all know, item 2 of the agenda is the consideration of requests from the inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda of this assembly. I would like to remind all delegations that we will consider item 2 of the agenda tomorrow afternoon at 5 p.m. Please allow me now to make a few announcements in relation to the organization of our work. First of all, as it's customary, we shall start the list of speakers in the general debate with the segment for presiding officers of Parliament. We are greatly honored by the presence of so many delegations from around the world at this IPU Assembly and a record number of speakers of parliaments. I wish to confirm that procedures have been respected and that the order of speakers, both presiding officers as well as first and second speakers, has been established by the traditional drawing of lots. The list of available to delegation in the hall. In the light of high attendance at the Assembly, a steering committee decided this morning to allocate 5 minutes as the total speaking time available to each parliamentary delegation, 6 for delegations led by speakers of parliaments. The young MPs who have registered for the general debate will have an additional 2 minutes. Permanent observers will have a maximum speaking time of 3 minutes. I would like to ask all delegations to take this into account when delivering their speeches. I also wish to inform you that as there are still delegations which have not yet registered to speak, we will be keeping the list of speakers open until tomorrow, Friday, 17th of April at noon time. May I ask the Assembly to approve this decision? Approved. Thank you. May I also take this opportunity to remind delegations that they are entitled to nominate one of their members of Vice President of this Assembly. have some assignment? Okay. I invite all delegations who have not yet done so to communicate the name of their candidate to the IPU Secretariat. I will be very pleased over the coming days to share this presidency with some of these vice presidents during the general debate. Finally, honorable delegates, I wish to inform you that in order to facilitate the work of the Assembly, on either side of the stage, there is a user who will be pleased to transmit any messages you may have for myself or my secretariat. You have therefore before you the list of speakers who have registered so far for the general debate. Finally, I would like to request all delegates to strictly respect the speaking time allocated, so that our delegates who have registered to speak may do so within the time available for the general debate. The first speaker in the general debate is Mr. Anglu Farrugia, Speaker of the House of the Representatives of Malta, who will be followed by the both Speakers of Parliament of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Denis Rizvic and the Kemal Adamovic. Mr. Farrugia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable delegates. It is an honor for me, on behalf of the House of Representatives of Malta, to address this assembly in Istanbul under a theme that speaks directly to the conscience of our time: nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. This is not merely a theme of reflection. It is a call for responsibility. For decades, the international community has spoken the language of peace, justice, and human dignity. Yet too often, those suffering on the ground still wait and are still waiting for the protection we promise, for the justice we proclaim, and for the peace we repeatedly endorse. And so our task today is clear: to move forward from words of the case into real action. Malta comes to this assembly as a small state, but with a strong sense of principle and responsibility. Our history, our geography have taught us that peace is never distant, instability is never abstract, and justice can never be selective. As a Mediterranean country, Chair, Malta believes firmly in multilateralism, in dialogue over violence, in international law, and the dignity of every human person. So we remain convinced that peace cannot rest on indifference, that security cannot be separated from justice, and that diplomacy must always remain anchored to conscience. And that is why Malta comes to support a rules-based international order, strong multilateral cooperation, and a just peace in conflict areas, including continued support, for example, for the two-state solution, for a permanent solution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and for peace founded on sovereignty, security, legality, and human dignity. And that is why when we talk about this, we talk about future generations. We must understand that peace is not in its fullest meaning. If it is not peace, that is not the absence of war. Peace is the absence of justice. Peace is the protection of civilians. Peace is the strength of institutions. Peace is the confidence that law still matters. In my work, Chair, within the Inter-Parliamentary Union, including those efforts connected with the promotion of respect of international humanitarian law, I am constantly upheld one essential principle: that is, law must not remain declaratory. It must be implemented. It must always be subject to checks and balances. However, the real value of international norms is measured not by how often they are quoted, but by how faithfully they are enforced, especially when circumstances become difficult. Oversight must always be present. Chair, yet we must also say with honesty, it is not enough. Much more needs to be done. The gap between commitment and implementation remains too wide. International humanitarian law is too often defended in principle. However, it is neglected in practice, or worse, ignored. Too many civilians continue to suffer because institutions speak with urgency only after the tragedy has already struck. So what must be done? First, parliamentarians and parliaments must exercise serious and continuous scrutiny in matters related to peace, conflict, security, and humanitarian responsibility. Second, international commitments must be translated more effectively into national legislation, public policy, and institutional practice. Third, we must invest more in prevention through dialogue, education, inclusion, parliamentary diplomacy, and early engagement, rather than waiting for the crisis to become a catastrophe. Fourth, justice must be understood broadly. Future generations will not inherit peace if they inherit themselves lawlessness, exclusion, poverty, environmental decline, and institutional mistrust. And fifth, we must act with consistency. We cannot defend international law selectively and expect future generations to believe in it universally. How it is to be done? By being courage, all of us in public life, by discipline in governance, by aligning policy with principle, by ensuring that resolution lead to implementation, by making accountability a habit and not an exception, and also by placing human person as the center of every decision we take. So, Chair, Malta will continue to do its part. We lead by example, as it always has. We will continue to support peace through dialogue. We will continue to defend the rule of law. We will continue to speak for multilateral cooperation. And we will continue to insist that the work of parliamentarians, the work of parliaments, does not end when declarations are adopted. It begins when those declarations are honored in practice. As the UNESCO Constitution wisely reminds us, and I quote, "Since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be construed." And I now have to quote, which is in my heart, in words that resonate deeply across the cultures and faith, the Quran. The Quran states, "Stay firm for justice." Stay firm for justice, Chair. And this is the duty before us. Let us, this assembly, show that parliamentarians and parliaments are still capable, not only of expressing the hopes of humanity, but of advancing them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Farrugia. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kemal Ademovic, Speaker of the House of Peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The floor is yours, please.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished Madam President of Inter-Parliamentary Union, esteemed hosts of this magnificent gathering, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to express my sincere gratitude to the hosts for the excellent organization of this assembly, which by its scale and significance reaffirms the strength of the Inter-Parliamentary Union as a global platform for dialogue, cooperation, and shared responsibility for the future of our world. It is a great honor to address you today. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, a country that, from its own experience, understands how precious peace, justice, and international law are precious, but also they are fragile if they can be not protected on a daily basis. Inter-Parliamentary Union has demonstrated that in its history that parliaments are not merely places where laws are adopted, but also the voice of the conscience of the international community. Today, as we witness serious violations of international law and shifts in the global order, this role is more important than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from a country where one people suffered genocide. I come from the city of Sarajevo, which endured a siege lasting 1,425 days, the longest siege of one capital city in modern history. During that period, more than 1,600 children were killed only in that city. These are not just numbers. They represent lost childhoods, interrupted dreams, and a lasting wound that obliges us never to remain silent in the face of injustice. That is why today I cannot but draw a parallel with the suffering of children in Gaza. No child, regardless of where they are born, should be a victim of war. It is our moral and political obligation to raise our voices and to act. We see this solution in a principle long recognized by the international community. Two states living side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition. This is not merely a political formula, it's the minimum of justice and the minimum of hope. However, we are witnessing that international law is increasingly being violated, and the rules-based international order is being called into question. Precisely for this reason, the responsibility of us parliamentarians is not to remain silent observers. Our role is clear: to raise our voices in our parliaments, before our governments, and in front of the citizens we represent in support of restoring a rules-based international order, protecting human rights, rule of law, and preserving peace. Parliamentary democracy must be stronger, louder, and more determined. Our differences must not be our divisions. Our differences must be the point of our meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Adamovich. Now I will invite Mr. Denis Zrzić, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Zrzić.
Bununla bitiriyoruz değil mi?
Bununla bitiriyoruz efendim. Before we come to the first sitting, I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat. Secretary burada değil, ayrılmış. To announce the quorum for the assembly. Hanımefendi konuşuyor efendim, o yüzden bunu da şuraya yapabiliriz. Madam.
Apologies, but the interpreters cannot hear the speaker.
First sitting has now we will continue with the
democracy, economic development, and protection of human rights and prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not focus extensively on the current global situation.
Interpretation is impossible. We cannot hear the speaker.
Instead, I will use this opportunity to share the experience of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, an experience that may offer valuable lessons for addressing the crisis we face worldwide. The historical experience of Bosnia and Herzegovina demonstrates the possibility of developing diverse communities within a single civilization framework. In Sarajevo, the capital of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, within a radius of just 150 meters, mosques, synagogues, cathedrals, and Orthodox churches have stood side by side for over 5 centuries. Multi-ethnicity is the true code of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, and multiculturalism is deeply rooted in the pillars of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it's for this reason that Sarajevo is often referred as a Jerusalem of Europe. There are many examples of cooperation and solidarity throughout our long history, but allow me to highlight just one. During the Second World War, at a time when Europe was witnessing one of the darkest chapters of its history, the Sarajevo Haggadah, a richly illuminated manuscript brought to Sarajevo by Sephardic Jews in the 15th century, was saved thanks to the courage and solidarity of the Muslims, who risked their own lives to preserve this invaluable piece of cultural heritage. This story is not merely a historical episode. It is a lasting moral lesson of solidarity and mutual respect that should be a paradigm for relationship among the people, nations, and the state. And similar examples can be found in every period of crisis in history of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For this reason, we must learn to cooperate and to respect one another. For tolerance, cooperation, and solidarity are foundation upon which hope for future generations can be built. In a world marked by instability, geopolitical tensions, and deepening divisions, a stable and integrated Bosnia and Herzegovina, together with the entire Western Balkans and Southeast Europe, represents an important aspect of security for the whole of Europe. This is why we must accelerate this process. Bosnia and Herzegovina remains firmly committed to integration, dialogue, tolerance, and mutual understanding. Our duty as parliamentarians is to build bridges, not walls. Because of that, I am confident that together we can build a world in which these values are truly universal, a world where dialogue prevails over division, and where future generation will live not in fear of differences, but in their full recognition and respect. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rizvich. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Marlin Mamataliev, Speaker of the Parliament of Kyrgyzstan. Mr. Mamataliev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President. Honorable Madam President, Honorable Secretary General, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Numan Kurtulmuş, for the high-level organization of today's 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and for warm hospitality.
Dear colleagues, today we are gathered at the meeting of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, not only as representatives of states, but also individuals who bear common responsibility to future generations. Turning to the theme of today's event, creating hope means assuring people that their voices are heard, the justice can be done, and the peace is possible, not just an ideal, but as a reality. Building peace is not just about ending conflict, it is about building mutual respect and cooperation. Justice means providing each generation with a decent life, security, and development opportunities. Our task today is to put these principles into practice. Parliaments play a key role in building sustainable institutions, ensuring the rule of law, and protecting human rights. Through legislative initiatives, parliamentary oversight, and open dialogue with citizens, we can build trust and create the conditions for lasting peace. Dear participants, the theme of today's meeting is creating hope, building peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. We believe that the power of education is an invaluable tool in building peace, especially in the area of non-proliferation. In this regard, the International Day for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Education, initiated by Kyrgyzstan and supported by the member states of the United Nations, as an important platform for implementing this idea. As part of our commitment to disarmament, Kyrgyzstan signed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons last year. We firmly believe that our world should flourish without nuclear weapons and that this invention of mankind should be used only for peaceful purposes. Distinguished heads of delegation, we support the creation of a just and inclusive global order in which every country, regardless of its size and economic potential, enjoys equal rights and opportunities. In this regard, the Kyrgyz Republic has submitted its candidacy for non-permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council for 2027-2028. It is worth noting that Kyrgyzstan candidacy is supported by the Central Asian states. Therefore, Kyrgyzstan will represent the Central Asian region in the Security Council and promote the regional agenda. When the Kyrgyz Republic is elected to a non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council in June of this year, it will make efforts to address the issues of sustainable development of the least developed and developing countries, as well as landlocked and developing states, and strengthen peace and security. Dear participants, Kyrgyzstan attaches great importance to climate, water, and sustainable development issues. We believe that environmental protection is a common responsibility of humanity because nature knows no national borders. The consequences of climate change are becoming more serious, and drought, melting glaciers, and changing ecosystems and biodiversity pose a threat to us. The Kyrgyz Republic consistently supports the recognition of the interconnection of natural systems, which are the two poles of a single system, from mountains to the ocean. I emphasize that rivers that feed marine and coastal ecosystems begin in the mountains. In this context, despite the fact that Kyrgyzstan is landlocked, last year we ratified the Convention on the Marine Biological Diversity. The Kyrgyz Republic is actively participating in international efforts to promote the sustainable development of mountain regions at the global level, and proactively working to promote the mountain agenda and draw attention of the international community to the problems of mountain ecosystems and mountain communities. At the initiative of the Kyrgyz Republic in December 2021, the plenary meeting of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution 76/129 declaring 2022 the International Year of Sustainable Mountain Development. Further, in December 2022, the United Nations General Assembly approved Resolution 77/172, which declared 2023-2027 as the 5-year action for the development of mountain regions. I would like to inform you that Kyrgyzstan is taking preparation to host the second Bishkek Plus 25 Global Summit in October 21st, 23, 2027. It is a platform for discussing sustainable mountain development. We invite everyone to take part in this summit. Also, from August 31st to September 6th of this year, the Kyrgyz Republic will host the 6th World Nomad Games, a unique international event that unites the traditions, sports, and culture of the peoples of the world. We invite the participants of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to participate in the celebration of unity and cultural diversity. Hosting the Games in Kyrgyzstan is another step towards strengthening mutual understanding, respect, and cooperation between countries, and also reminds us of the importance of preserving cultural heritage for future generations. Dear colleagues, parliamentarians are the voice of the people, but today we must also be the voice of the future. I believe that the interests of our future generations should be reflected in every law we adopt. We believe that creating hope, building peace, and ensuring justice for further generations is possible only when the benefits of development are accessible to all and the principles of justice, inclusion, and solidarity applied equally through international cooperation. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of today's meeting and wish all the participants fruitful work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mehmet Aliyev. Before we conclude the first session, I would like to give the floor to the IPU Secretariat to announce the quorum for the Assembly. Please, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. In conformity with Rule 32 of the Assembly, for each Assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating in the first plenary meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. Number of delegation present in the room, 125. Quorum, 63. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The first sitting has now concluded its work. We will continue with the list of the speakers in the general debate at 2 o'clock or 2:30? 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great speakers, excellent. You were very well. We go and return at 2, right? 2. I have to go.
Very limited time.
Yeah,
Half an hour.
We have to use half an hour.
Oh, yes.
But I will come with you.
Yes. Actually, I will have a meeting with Türkpa countries